Well, it's Friday evening, which means we're back here at the PJ Campbell Network with a really fun watch-along. And tonight, we don't even have just one movie. We're coming in hot with two. We're doing a double feature of two of our favorite Eddie Murphy films, Trading Places and Coming to America, two movies that I love very, very much and hold a very special place in my heart. And if you guys don't know who I am your host, PJ Campbell. It's good to see you guys. Welcome back to the network. We have so much fun in store for you tonight. And with me, as always, to bring that in is my friend Maxwell. Hi, bud.
Hey, buddy. So, good. I'm going to stick around for a little bit, help go through some show notes. I'm going to leave while you guys watch the first movie. And then when it's time for Coming to America, I will be back to do the watch-along for that one. I just got some other stuff I got to handle tonight.
All good. But one thing I want to remind you guys, Smash Cancer, get your shirts right now, created by the great Janine the Machine. We love you, Kevin Spets. Get your shirts. All proceeds go directly to Kevin and his family, and we want to just show him all the love, you know?
100%. I have mine as well. The Smash-a-thon shirts are still available on the Bonfire site until December 10th. That's when the campaign ends. We haven't reached our goal for that campaign yet, so if you're still looking to get one of those shirts, please do. They're pretty fantastic, and all proceeds go directly to Kevin on those shirts.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, my friend, before we shuffle you out of here so you can go do your stuff, do we got some stuff coming up this week?
We sure do. So tomorrow is Saturday, and you know what that means? It's Mandalorian time. At noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to talk all about The Siege, the newest episode of The Mandalorian, directed by Carl Weathers. We're going to be joined by, of course, our resident Star Wars expert, Sean Sullivan. We are going to be joined by the great, I love this guy, Jake Berlin. And we have a special guest joining us as well, none other than Dwayne Burke. I know you guys know Dwayne and you love him, and he's going to kick it with us tomorrow when we talk about The Mandalorian.
There's one other person coming along who messaged me today.
Oh.
None other than Frankie Numbers himself. Frank Bandish will be back as well. He barely counts as a human, but you know.
I can't wait to see what batshit theories he has about this week's episode.
Me too.
So also, I'm going to use this as a chance to plug. We have a Patreon.
No way, really?
We do. There's a tier that's right for everyone. And if you're a $5 and up a month tier, you get access to our exclusive AMA streams. Now, why do I bring this up, you may ask? Because we are doing our November Patreon AMA stream tomorrow night. So if you're not already a $5 and up patron and you want to join, as long as you join by tomorrow, you'll get that link and you can kick it with us for the exclusive AMA stream. I don't know about you, PJ, but I'm ready to answer some questions.
Not only am I ready to answer some questions, we're probably going to be drunk while we're doing it because we've been known to do drunk AMAs in the past.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny if that's going to happen. Yeah. It's possible. Sunday is Unwind Day, and we have a really special Unwind. We are having special guests on this Unwind. None other than the movie guys, Paul Preston and Adam Witt. I am super excited to hang with them. Obviously, they were a huge part of the Smash-a-thon, and in particular, the bootleg match. I'm sure we're going to talk all about that. And whatever else may come up with them, it's going to be a fun time. We have new credits for that also. So that's going to be exciting to debut the new credit sequence. And come unwind with us on Sunday. Monday, we are watching one of my personal favorite Christmas movies, and it is Jon Favreau's, I believe it's pronounced LF.
Yes, I believe that is the correct spelling. This movie is a goddamn masterpiece. I am so excited to watch it with you guys. There's few movies that bring me nearly as much joy and I find as insanely quotable as this movie. And it's going to be so much fun to like hang out and watch it together because it just brings me so much joy. And since I can't be in New York, obviously, this Christmas because COVID and people couldn't stay indoors, this will be my chance to do it.
Real quick, first of all, don't be a cottonhead and ninny muggins by missing out our Elf watch along. That would be a huge mistake. I'm out of focus. How embarrassing. But also, if you like New York at Christmas time, allow me to recommend the Netflix series Dash and Lily.
That's what you've been telling me all about it today, and I can't wait to watch it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm out of focus. This is just...
You're always in focus in my heart, at least.
So embarrassing. I'm ashamed.
No, don't be ashamed. You're fine. Your camera.
And if you... Oh, yeah. Check out this hoodie, PJ.
I was going to say, is that a Front Center Mez hoodie? And now you're in frame just in time for the hoodie.
Perfect. Time for our little QVC special. I got this Front Center Mez hoodie here. The purpose of this is threefold. One, I put it on because it's warm and cozy and I was cold. It's like 30 degrees outside. Two, we have a TeePublic shop where you can get shirts or hoodies or pillows for all of our shows, as well as Merry Movie Squad shirts, Twitter and Salad. And as we've been saying, hold your horses till January. We're releasing a full line of Chris Clark Says t-shirts.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I really so badly want this pillow is fucking useless shirt because
I'm working on designing it. I just have to check TeePublic's rules about cursing on shirts.
I mean, we can always be, a little creative if we have to.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. This pillow is Falcon useless. But also, if you haven't had the chance to check out our most recent Front Center Mez, and I know it's been busy, and it's okay if you haven't, but it's still up. I highly recommend it with our guest, Gerard Canonico. It was an excellent conversation. He had some great stories. And speaking of excellent conversations, this past Wednesday, the network produced what I would argue is the greatest episode of Suddenly Soundtracks we've ever done. We talked about Sing Street. Myself, Tim Franco, Jen Kemp. I almost said Kristen Stewart again.
The fact that this keeps happening is just my favorite.
Kristen Smith and our special guest, Max Bartos, who starred in the Sing Street musical off-Broadway and is in the Broadway cast and on the cast album. Max was an incredible guest. The stories he had about the insight with working with the composer, stories about hijinks that would happen backstage. Plus, he had his guitar with him the whole show. What is that?
What do you think it is?
Oh, boy. He had his guitar with him. I thought you weren't. His guitar with him the whole show. So he was playing chords, and then he finished the show with a stunning rendition of Up from the show. If you don't watch the whole episode, which I highly recommend you do, at least fast forward till close to the end and watch his performance. His talent is unreal. And that's honestly one of my favorite things you've ever done on the network.
I watched it all the way through with you guys. And I still haven't seen the movie. My Blu-ray gets here tomorrow, actually, which is perfect. But
if you want to watch it together on call, let me know and we'll co-watch it.
Yeah, I would love to.
I want to see your reactions.
I'm super excited, but I thought the episode was amazing.
I appreciate. Yeah, I love Chris Clark. I think Suddenly Soundtracks is such a great show, and when there's magic, and that show is magic.
100%.
Couple other things. Next Friday, we're watching The Holiday. I love this film. I love it because it's one of the few films that sort of passes as a Hanukkah movie, but I think it's witty and romantic, and I think all four of the leads are incredibly sexy. Yes, I said it. Jack Black is incredibly sexy.
Goddamn right.
If you have a problem with that, I'll see you outside. But it's a delightful movie. It's one of my comfort movies. I am super excited to watch it the day after Thanksgiving. But because next week is Thanksgiving, we're not doing anything on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Let you all have fun, celebrate with your families. And on behalf of the whole Pajukan crew, we send our Thanksgiving wishes to you. We'll be with you before then, but still. A few other notes. If you didn't watch the Smash-a-thon, we re-aired the Inner Geekdom Family Feud here on the network. That's going to be up in perpetuity. Check it out. It's really fun. Corruption versus C-ruption, which got very frustrating to handle, but all of them had a great time and came to play. And Mike gets really angry. So if that sounds like something you might enjoy.
Mike Smash is one of my favorite things.
Yeah. And also the final thing, before I bring on the guests and I let you guys watch the first movie, the week after next, we are doing a very special week dedicated to Kevin Smets. We are doing a watch-along of the film Scrooge, followed by a Suddenly Soundtracks of the musical Scrooge, which Kevin himself will be appearing on. we kept saying, you don't have to do it, whatever you need. And he was adamant that he wants to be a part of it, which I think is just a further testament to his strength of character. But he's going to be joined by Alonzo, PLD, Sean Sullivan, and of course, Chris Clark. And any money you donate during that, the watch along or the Sunday soundtracks to our Streamlabs, we're going to kick right over to Kevin's GoFundMe. Yep. So, every opportunity that we have to help, we're going to take it. And if you haven't already, Box 3 is out. And yes, we are going to release the Chris Clark cut. That is being worked on. I heard your cries. I said to PJ,
that's really unfortunate.
I'm doing it whether you like it or not. So the Chris Clark cut will be coming in the next week or so.
Well, I mean, choices.
But let's bring on the guests, and then I'll make my my exit while you guys enjoy trading places.
And real quick, before you get out of here, I always just love to. You love it.
Oh yes, of course. Excuse me. We couldn't do this without our patrons. But we have to especially thank our executive producers, Brandy Parker and Ricardo Franco, no relation to Tim or Time, and our Ruby tier producers. And we have new ones. So welcome. Kylie Petrano, Jake Berlin, Molly Damon, Brandon Buckingham, who, by the way, did a fantastic reaction video to Box, as well as the bootleg Smash-a-thon. I've been watching a lot of Buck's Network, and it's really fun. If you guys don't subscribe to his YouTube channel, please do. He's a friend of the show. He's a good guy, and we're all big fans of him.
His content's excellent.
His content is really great, and I think he deserves more eyes on it. Kale, the youth critic, Stephen White, Michael K, and of course the lovely Bador. And speaking of Bador, I was just on Let's Get Ready to Talk Schmodown right before this. I talked for about 10 minutes about the bootleg match and the Smash-a-thon. So if you didn't watch that and you want to check it out later, that was a fun time. And a member of the PJCN, Jen Kemp, is over there now talking with Adam Collins and Marisol McKee. So fun over there. But stick with us, but watch that later.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so we have with the most ridiculous hairdo I've seen, Tim Franco. I don't know what's going on. It's almost like there's something about Mary thing going on there.
It's a mad scientist.
And this man needs no introduction. Some call him Gator. For a very brief, unfortunate period, he was called the Golden Child. Now he's called the Wizard. But he'll always be Gator to me. What's that?
I said it's awkward because he's from the South, and we probably shouldn't be calling anyone Wizard from the South. But,
You know what? I never thought about that before, and now I hate it even more. It's James White.
Yeah, thanks for putting that in my brain now.
Literally never occurred to me. And now
we said Wizard and not Grand Wizard.
Yeah.
It's
I hate
all right,
you, PJ.
friends. Enjoy trading places. I'll be back in about 2 hours when it's time for Coming to America.
Bye, buddy.
Buddy, we'll see
Bye.
you. Well,
Yeah, I don't have what Tim's going on up top, so I had to have mine grow down lower.
Well, it's a beautiful beard, my friend. And real quick, before we get this thing started, what was your guys' history with this movie? We're watching Trading Places first because there's a great joke in Coming to America that you have to have watched this in order to get that joke, which makes this so much better. But it's a shared universe. Starting with you, James, where did you discover this?
Oh, God, man, I have no idea how I first discovered it. It's just one of those movies that was kind of always in my viewing history. It was always there. I'm a big comedy guy. I'm a big SNL guy like you are. So Eddie Murphy was always one of my comedy icons and comedy heroes. So I would watch anything that came out with him. These 48 Hours, the Beverly Hills Cops movies. Just
Haunted Mansion, man.
Yeah, yeah. Let's throw Haunted Mansion in there. I prefer the ride to the movie.
Oh, yes,
nice.
That is awesome, actually.
That is a great shirt.
That's the annual pass holders exclusive 50th anniversary shirt.
So yeah, I don't know when I watched it for the first time, but it's one of those movies, especially one of those comedies that I always find myself watching almost every Christmas. It's such a great Christmas movie, and Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, I mean, their chemistry is just so great that the Trading Places is just always one of those ones that's near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, similarly to you, I think it was always just kind of around, I've always just kind of known it existed, and it always just made me happy. And it's these two guys like at the peak of their comedy, especially like Aykroyd not long after coming off of SNL, Eddie Murphy in the height of SNL, and it always just worked for me. And so I've always loved this film. Similarly, Coming to America, like I remember we had them on VHS, and I just put them on all the time. Even when I was young, I probably shouldn't have, but I was. What about you, Tim?
Yeah, I don't recall like when I first saw it, but I know I saw it at a pretty young age because I definitely saw Coming to America first, but I definitely saw this at pretty close around the same time because my parents were big fans of just movies in general, and they didn't really ever like restrict us in terms of what we could watch. So my sister and I watched a lot of stuff that a lot of people would consider inappropriate for younger eyes, but I'm fine, and I'm happy I'm happy I got to see all the movies I've seen in my life. So
mine is
I love this movie.
Okay.
I think this movie is really funny. Also, you got a great performance by Jamie Lee Curtis in this movie, and Don Amici, who had a really long career in Hollywood, but he's kind of like, for me, more well known in these like later roles where he was like the old man, because he was in Cocoon and Harry and the Hendersons. So, and then like this. So,
and then of course, Denholm Elliott. Most people are going to recognize him.
Denholm Elliott.
Thank you. From Indiana Jones.
Marcus Brody.
He's in this as well. Lots of good cast. This movie's got a great cast. So I'm super excited to jump into this with you guys. Are you ready?
Yeah,
I'm ready.
All right, guys, if this is your first time here, welcome. What we're going to do is I'm going to count down from 5. As soon as I say go, you're going to hit play. We're going to watch Trading Places with you. It's going to be such a good time. We're just going to commentate it, talk to you guys, and let's hang out and watch a movie. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. And it starts so perfectly. The music cue kind of lets you know exactly what you're getting into right away.
Well, this was scored by Elmer Bernstein, and he was nominated for an Oscar for it. And he based this theme that plays throughout the movie off a classic piece of Mozart music.
I always thought it was Mozart. I didn't realize that it was a different theme.
I think parts of it are definitely pretty much Mozart.
Yeah.
But I know for the overall score, he took a lot of influence from that specific piece of music.
And it's interesting off the bat, like when we think of Christmas movies, because we've even said it a couple of times on here, like there's nothing more magical than like New York at Christmas, but this is Philadelphia, which we don't see very often in movies, but it still works. Like it very much feels Christmassy. Like it's actually, of all of Landis's films, because this is directed by John Landis, that shit stain of a human being. And I'm sorry.
That's all we need to say about him, really.
Yeah. But I was going to say, I think this is one of his most well shot, to be honest.
Yeah, it's with Christmas movies, it has to be in a cold weather city. I don't care if you put it in New York, Chicago, Philly, but it's got to be one of those cold weather cities. You got to see some slush on the ground. Totally. You don't want to see Christmas movies in LA unless it's Die Hard.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait till we do our Die Hard watch along. We are going to be doing that, guys. I promise. Almost done with the season of the Schmodown for me, and as soon as we're finished with everything, I'm gonna have a little bit more free time, and we'll make it happen. And I'll make sure James and Frank are there, or James and Tim are there. Frank's barely human.
I just saw Bo Diddley pop up. I actually met Bo Diddley at a post office in Florida.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, he later in his life he lived right outside Gainesville. And I was at the post office one day sending my mom a package for Christmas, I think it was actually. And Bo Diddley just happened to be sitting there, so I got to like go up and say hello. It was maybe a couple years before he passed away too.
That's pretty awesome.
I was like, dude, that's a legend.
Is this everybody's first Dan Aykroyd film? Mine was Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw Ghostbusters at a younger age, so I'm pretty sure Ghostbusters is mine.
Oh, yeah. I kind of remember when you guys watched it for the first time, actually, because I think James and I were kind of like back and forth talking about it. I've always loved both of them. Coming to America, I think I had seen probably first, but this is the one that I love both of them dearly. But I watch this one more frequently because it works also not at Christmas time.
Really? I'm the opposite. I definitely watched Coming to America more in my life.
Yeah, I think so too. Trading Places is one of those ones that I watched more later in life, but I watched Coming to America more as a kid.
Yeah, exactly. Same here.
But I think that's what I'm saying is in the beginning I watched Coming to America more frequently.
Right.
But now I watch Trading Places more frequently. But I love both, and pretty much if I watch one, I usually follow it up with the other. Like it's very rare now that I watch them singularly, like by themselves. My dad had never seen Coming to America until like last year, and I had no idea, and we owned it.
Oh,
that
wow.
was a crazy thing. So we were watching it, and it ended, and he was like, of all the Eddie Murphy movies that we had ever watched, I had never seen that, and I was very, very shocked because that's so up his alley. And for how often I watched it, I assumed he had seen it.
Yeah, I can't think of another Dan Aykroyd movie that I would have seen before Ghostbusters. It has to be Ghostbusters.
For me too. I was trying to think. I'm like, it's got to be Ghostbusters.
I saw Teresa say My Girl, which he is in My Girl, but I'm positive I saw Ghostbusters before My Girl.
The only other one it might have been for me is Tommy Boy, but I'm still like 95% sure it would have been.
Oh, yeah, that's because you're a baby.
Yeah.
I also just watched a shit ton of Tommy Boy.
Like,
well, I mean, I definitely watched Ghostbusters in the 80s, so.
I mean, I have a bunch that are like in that same area, like because like Twilight Zone the movie, I know I saw at a pretty young age.
Right.
I know I saw 1941 at a pretty young age because my dad actually really liked that movie.
Yeah.
He's the one.
I still think it's Ghostbusters.
Woo! Patty's saying tonight's going to be the first night she watches Coming to America. That is
Nice.
awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you're going to share it with us because it's so good, man.
I still wish I would have loved to have seen Denzel Elliott like in a Bond film.
Me too. He would have been a perfect one, actually.
He would have been a really good
I would have liked to have seen him as like I would like to have seen him as like Q's relative or something
sure.
Because he would have been. It would have been the same time period where Desmond Llewellyn was still playing Q, so he would have to have been like some other character. But it would be great if he was like a relative of Q's, like Q's brother. I think they would have played off each other really well.
I really need to go to Philly, man.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I haven't been to Philly since I was a little kid. I drove through it accidentally, my first time driving to New York by myself.
Nice.
I left the city at 3 a.m. and accidentally hit skip toll roads instead of yes, I accept toll roads. Right. So it took me away from the Jersey Turnpike and I went all the way around down through Philly. I didn't realize until I'm passing like Citizen Bank Park. I was like, oh, I'm in Philadelphia.
Aykroyd is so good at being like the most straight-edged dude with a foot up his ass type character.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but he just plays it so well, which is crazy because in real life, he's actually kind of the opposite. Like, he's a pretty kooky dude. And so I've always appreciated that he can play these very like straight-laced, serious characters because in real life, he's really not.
He plays a really good stuck-up wasp.
Yes.
Like,
I love that the elevator had a freaking like couch in it. I just noticed that.
Well, it's, nice to have money, I guess.
Yeah, it's when I was a kid, there were two things that I always thought, I want to ride in an elevator with a couch in it, and I want to sit in a limousine with a large cheese pizza.
Oh, here they are.
So yeah, I'm the good Duke brother. Someone asked which one's the good one, but I'm the young Duke brother, not featured in the film.
I'm mad that I didn't get the cool name memo.
We do whatever.
I forgot, and I literally changed mine while I was in backstage. So I was like, "Oh, I haven't changed my name yet." And I was like, "What should I do?" And I was like, "I'll just do the good Duke brother."
I was having too many problems with my microphone to leave again.
I almost made my name Concentrated Orange Juice, but then I was like, "That's stupid," even though it's like it's a reference to the movie. I was like,
I would have been Pork Bellies.
I'll do the Duke brothers. There we go. Yeah, Pork Bellies. I was like, "What is it?" I was like, "Is it bacon or?" And yeah, it's Pork Bellies. That's what it is. Cruising around in their Rolls Royce.
There you go, James.
Oh, thanks a lot. Now I'm regretting that decision.
Pork bellies are delicious, though. So.
Oh my god.
Randolph.
I
love the way Don Amici says Randolph.
I know.
I love Don Amici. I always loved his character in Harry and the Hendersons.
Mm-hmm. Harry and the Hendersons was one I watched a lot growing up.
Oh yeah,
that's
easily my first like John Lithgow movie. Like if we ever got that question, Harry and the Hendersons, 100%. I saw that movie so much when I was a kid. I loved it.
That ending of Harry and the Hendersons always wrecks me when he gets in a fight with him. Oh,
I always love the part. Never mind. We're not going to go down to Harry and the Hendersons thing. We're not
going to turn into a Harry and the Henderson commentary. I have it. Let's go. Let's watch it. We'll turn it into a triple feature.
These guys are so excellent together, by the way. Like their relation, they really do feel like siblings.
I'm trying to think. Isn't there a TV show? Maybe it was an It's Always Sunny episode or something. I feel like there was a TV show that used the premise of this movie as a joke in one of the episodes. Like the whole matter of a bet and everything like that, and only being for like what it's for. I'm not going to say what it's for because I don't know if there's anyone. Is there anyone in here that hasn't seen it in the chat?
Yeah, I'm curious. Reefism said that they saw Coming to America for the first time in the theater, so that's awesome. BCD said Pardis thinks that Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, so he is sus. I agree. If you think Die Hard is not a Christmas movie, you are in fact sus. What an entrance for this character, you guys.
And I have my lovely Billy Ray Valentine box.
There you go.
Funko Pop here.
That is awesome.
That's the Agent Orange one, right?
Yeah, that's such a good one.
And then I have my I'm a weirdo and I don't unbox my Funkos, but here's my Lewis Winthorpe, kind of at the he's all disheveled and got the black eye.
That's so good.
It's a miracle.
Smoke him.
The Heritage Club.
How you stump out of up your ass. Eddie
I like
Murphy,
how he's just like drifting away on board.
Right.
The thing that's amazing about Eddie Murphy is how good he was at that age, like so young. I mean, he bust into the scene like 18, 19, 20-year-old kid and just like took over the world comedy-wise.
That's what I was about to say, because this is 1983. It's like just after 48 Hours. Like 48 Hours has barely really broken through the scene. He's just getting on SNL, and look how big he's getting. Like he was an overnight sensation, and I can't think of many people. Jim Carrey was the only other one that comes prominently to mind of someone who wasn't real big, and then within a year, he had 3 movies that became blockbusters, putting his name completely in the stratosphere.
And then not even to mention the movies in SNL, but I mean, he was doing Raw and Delirious too. I mean, he was the biggest stand-up on the face of the earth, and like 19 years old doing some of the best comedy that's ever been done.
I think you could put Will Smith up there too, because after like Independence Day.
Right.
Yeah, but Will Smith, I mean, he had Fresh Prince to kind of build too. He had started Fresh Prince in 1990, so by the time 96 came around, so he's 6 years on the scene before he became like the movie star. And he had done a couple smaller things before, but yeah, once he hit Independence Day, it was like boom, Independence Day, Men in Black, boom, boom, boom.
Wild Wild West.
Yeah.
Notorious bomb, Wild Wild West. The way he says that, we need a 4th today for Squash, Lewis. God.
Penelope.
That dude, he kind of looked like Christopher Reeve. That was a...
You just want to punch them all right in the face.
They're all exactly those kids that you went to high school with who got jobs off of like dad, and because dad was rich.
They're all legacies.
Yeah.
Legacy!
We all know those types. That's typical.
I'll be Clarence Beeks for $50,000. Oh, and his name always escapes me. The principal from the Breakfast Club.
Paul Gleason.
Yes.
He was also in an episode of Boy Meets World not long before he passed away.
He was also in Die Hard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he was the dean of the college, I think, in Boy Meets World at one point.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
Eric has problems with him.
And didn't he reprise his role in Not Another Teen Movie?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he played the
right.
same role from Breakfast
From
Club.
Breakfast Club. Yeah. With our friend Sam Levine.
Sam Levine.
That movie didn't hold up the last time I watched it.
I haven't seen it.
I still think it's funny, but it definitely has jokes that don't hold up. But I still think parts of it are funny. Like the whole bit where they make fun of American Beauty with the bag. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
It's hilarious. I mean, Sam Levine's character doesn't exactly hold up.
This whole scenario of them being like, it's about environment. It's not about environment. It's about luck and, you know, how you were raised. It just is so good.
That's the old nature versus nurture.
Yeah, and this idea that two rich dudes would be willing to bet on it just makes me laugh.
Just grabbing her.
Corgi and Bess. The way he yells, just Eddie Murphy, man. Again, what a next level talent. He single-handedly kept SNL alive too in the years without Lauren.
Yeah, him and Piscopo.
I'll say that his episode of SNL last season that ended
That was so good.
was fantastic, like next level good.
And speaking of Christmas, I mean that's just going to be on SNL Christmas specials for perpetuity.
100%.
I mean, the elf sketch and
The
the baking
cake,
sketch.
The holiday baking one, like
and the digital short when it's the family coming home for the holidays. Oh,
Yeah.
It's so good, man. Just it was so fantastic to see him back, especially because in SNL 40 he was supposed to do more, but it was like he didn't end up doing it. He had that like awkward coming out on stage thing, and then he just stood there, and it was like, what the fuck is happening? So it was good to see him back on 8H and actually acting. I could see. Oh man. God, he's just so good.
Every time I see one of those like little like things that he was scooting on now, I think there's an episode of X-Files. It's a later episode, but it's still a Mulder episode where the entity they're up against is like this creepy little person monk that scoots around on one of those things.
Yeah,
but it's played by I can't think of the guy's name, the guy that plays the Oompa Loompas in Tim Burton's Charlie and Chocolate Factory.
Yeah.
Who I saw in an airport in Reno, Nevada.
Of all places.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I watched that. Every time I go back to the X-Files, I end up watching like the very early seasons.
I kind of skip around.
I've never seen an episode of the X-Files.
Really?
It's so good. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. It's so good.
Yeah.
I love it.
I was not one of my favorite genres. I don't like alien things. Like
Fair.
And honestly, like the alien stuff is actually the stuff I don't care about as much. I love the Monster of the Week like episodes more than like the mythology.
Yeah, when I was like a young teen, like 11, 12, 13, that tween area, dude, Fire in the Sky came out, and that movie scared me shitless.
Yeah,
so
that movie's terrifying. Still terrifying. And that's here in Arizona. I've been up in that area where it happened.
I was not good with like alien stuff, like the sci-fi aliens movies. That's fine, but the stuff where it was like, okay, that could happen or that's possible.
Where it seemed like
I was like, no, I'm done.
So I just want to say real quick, this is so sadly still a thing that would happen, where he is basically looked at as a criminal right away. I mean, obviously he was like asking for money and stuff. But right away, Dan Aykroyd is just like, he's clearly a thief because he's holding my briefcase and he's black. It's like, God damn it.
And these clubs still exist. I mean, these like gentlemen clubs and these like high society type clubs for like businessmen and stuff exist.
Yeah.
In the big metropolises.
Well, it's unrelated, but I know you watched it, PJ. Was watching the Fresh Prince special on HBO, the reunion, and seeing how much it's still culturally relevant, unfortunately. like a lot of the things that they did as social commentary back then, and you could play that episode today and it's just as relevant.
The one where they get pulled over specifically.
That's the one I was thinking of.
They showed that part in the episode where Uncle Phil is going to hit him with litigation. I fucking love that sequence.
Yeah. And Aunt Viv's sitting there pulling her earrings out.
Yeah. If you guys have not watched that special, by the way, I cannot recommend it enough. Please check it out. Like, I love Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and it was so beautiful. It wrecked me in all the right ways. Like, it was the best hour and 15 minutes I had in a while of just like both nostalgia and feeling something.
Yeah. I know we had that conversation. Like, I just want this for all my favorite shows now. I want to see them, all just get together, sit down and have a conversation and see things in a retrospect. I don't want to have these little mini reunions on Zoom anymore. I know that's kind of the only way they can do them at the moment, but it's making me want to see all of these people like get into a room together now.
We are getting the Friends one, which I'm super excited about too.
Yeah,
HBO is doing it a little bit because also the West Wing, like they did the stage, room, which was awesome too.
That was amazing too. HBO Max has been a really nice platform. They're not advertising, I don't think, as well as they could, because I don't think a lot of people really know that it's not just HBO. You're getting all these TV shows and all of these specials, and it's got so much, like the whole Studio Ghibli catalog and all this TCM content. But they're all, and they're just thinking, oh well, if I want to watch, Curb Your Enthusiasm or Game of Thrones reruns, I can get HBO Max. But no, they have so much content.
Yeah, I think Wonder Woman 84 going to Max next month is going to help a ton.
Yeah.
The usual amount. Could have killed you. He wasn't doing anything that could have possibly had you murdered. Come on now. What is he making right now? Because it looks amazing.
I looked away for a second.
It just looks good.
Crepe Suzette, I think.
Yeah. You You just like, nope.
What's your guys' timestamp? Mine accidentally paused.
Oh, I am looking at 21, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine. I'm not that far behind. I like how he just dumped something out of that pan, but that pan clearly has never had anything in it now at this point.
Right.
Don't point things out like that. Now it's all I'm going to be able to see every time I watch this.
I've never seen it. I've never seen that before. I just noticed it.
Now there's a little ring around the edge. It's like whenever somebody has an empty coffee cup.
Mumsy. What a thing to call your mom. Mumsy. The way they talk. Oh, heck.
She reminds me of Phoebe Cates.
A little bit, actually.
The scene always makes me laugh, just how completely unsexual it is. It's just, let's just slowly take everything off, have a conversation about just whatever. Somebody playing Fruit Ninja?
It sounded like it, huh?
No, I tried to adjust mine, and now I royally just fucked it up. So, if you guys can tell me when you're like when you're approaching 23:35, and then I'll press play.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. 23:35, you said?
Yeah,
I got you, Tim, because we're on the same time code.
What you heard? What?
23, 28, 29.
Hang on. No. And 3, 2, 1, play.
Yeah, because we just got to him doing the.
But yeah, you were hearing the Eddie Murphy karate thing. I tried to like speed it up a little bit, and I ended up going like way too far. So I was like, God damn it!
Nice little cameo in the background. Giancarlo Esposito. You got Moff Gideon himself right there.
Oh yeah, this is.
I think it's his first
before-
role or
Yeah,
one of
'cause
his very.
This is
Holy
before
shit.
Maximum Overdrive.
I never realized that was him.
You didn't know that? Yeah, I picked up
No
on
way.
that like 2
In
years
this
ago.
or
I was like, dude, that's the Breaking Bad guy.
Holy shit!
Are you talking about in this or Maximum Overdrive?
No, right here. That's Giancarlo Esposito
Yeah,
right
yeah.
next to Eddie
Yeah.
Murphy. Yeah.
I never knew that until today. Wow.
I'm so
That's a
glad that I can
5-point
give you a
question.
trivia. Yeah.
I know. That's a 5-point question waiting to happen, isn't it? Yeah.
You said you had a limousine.
Reefism said Eddie Murphy was 21 when he shot this.
Yep.
That's crazy. Again, so
What
young.
were we doing when we were 21? Like he was just starring in a
Yeah.
huge blockbuster film. His second
I
one.
just moved to Los Angeles at 20.
I mean, I was in school, so I guess I was doing something.
Yeah.
Fair. The picking him up thing is just so good. I did. He's so good at playing this, like, just such a strange little grifter type, and I love it so much.
I think part of the reason that we can't process that he did this so young is because he still looks 35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he does not look like a 21-year-old. And
No.
I don't know what it is about Eddie Murphy that he's always looked pretty much the exact same age since 1983. He's not aged one day.
Reefism said
His
Paramount-
mustache has just gotten smaller.
Yeah. Reefism said Paramount didn't initially like Dan Aykroyd and Jamie Lee Curtis being cast in this film. And thank God, once again, showing Paramount doesn't know shit about casting because they with The Godfather. Like, there's some movies where you just can't take people out and change. I just, like, there's no one else that would have worked in this movie.
What was it
I
with
mean-
The Godfather? Was it De Niro?
No.
Pacino.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. They said Coppola like kept pushing for Pacino.
Yeah. They didn't want almost like any of the people he wanted to cast, to be honest. Godfather was a movie that was like real close to them, like coming in on the director and taking away what he was doing because they were seeing the dailies and they were like, "What the fuck are you making?"
I mean, I can understand the Jamie Lee Curtis thing because honestly, she had only been in horror films. Like she
Right.
hadn't been in anything other than like being a scream queen in a horror film. So, I mean, I understand the hesitancy. Like, can she do comedy? So, and
But-
obviously, she did a great job still.
Dan feels like a weird one to be concerned
Yeah.
about,
That probably has something to do with 1941's bomb.
maybe.
Because
Yeah,
I don't think he had not done anything real big where he was marketed. I mean, Blues Brothers was just before this.
3 years
so-
before.
So I mean that.
Just
I don't
seems
know.
odd. That's all.
Yeah, it does.
And Twilight Zone was the same time period. I think the same year,
Yeah.
and he's not even a major thing in that. He's just a wraparound character
Yeah.
on the
I
intro.
forgot he
and
was
the-
even in that
the,
until
end,
you
the,
mentioned
end,
it.
the intro and the epilogue. Yeah, he's the. You want to see something really scary?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I remember Landis directed a part of that too.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we know that.
Yeah. Oh, we remember.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people remember that. Well, Not enough people know that, actually, honestly. But
This whole thing where he's talking to the driver and all he's doing is like shrugging and shaking his head is my favorite.
Oh yeah, so this is my apartment. Okay.
All the cigars that he has in his hand. Oh man. I just think it's so brilliant, man. I can believe I can hang out with you fellas for a little while.
those look like some Monte Cristos. They're probably supposed to be Cuban cigars, Monte Cristos. It looks like a Monte Cristo label on it.
I will defer to you on that. Not a cigar guy.
I used to be a big cigar guy. I don't really smoke anymore. Only on occasion, but
We did recently.
I still have a bunch of cigars because I invested in it, so I still have to kind of keep them fresh. And I've had Cubans. They're no big deal. Not anymore.
No, it's just because they were banned. It's just like anything else. If you say you can't have something, it just builds the market.
Legit Cubans, was the best cigar, but back in the day. But the thing is, all the growers, once the U.S. put an embargo, they were like, well, we're going to go to a country where we can ship to the U.S. because that's where all the money is.
All right.
And so a lot of the great big growers ended up opening in like Dominican and stuff like that. So it's more kind of a taboo thing, you know. I got some when I was in the Bahamas.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that obviously it was the 80s and stuff. A little bit of the language doesn't necessarily hold up. But
yeah, there's a lot of movies when you look back on them. Even some movies that will surprise you that are like PG, and you hear some of the things they say, and you're like, "Oh, wow, that would not fly today."
Mm.
Yeah, but also it's one of those things that I need to point out. Also, don't crucify the movie because times were different. Like, you can't put today's standards on a movie that wasn't released not today.
I agree. That's why I like you saw all of the stuff coming out, people freaking out about Gone with the Wind getting pulled and censored, and they were just going way off the deep end when no, what happened was HBO just put a disclaimer on it, just like that's what needs to be done.
Cartoons.
It's exactly, if you're going to do something and you want to bring it attention to an audience, put a disclaimer at the beginning. I like what HBO Max is doing. I like what WB is doing with the Looney Tunes. Air them as they were shown because it is culturally relevant to know what was going on at that time. Just bring somebody away.
I love how he's like still just like pocketing stuff, and they're like, "This is yours. You live here."
Yeah.
Oh, so this little thing, that's mine too, huh? Okay.
The stereo's mine free, right? And it's so interesting because obviously we're going to watch Coming to America after this, but such different character work from him, both of these different things, because in this character, he's never had any of this. In Coming to America, he's had it his whole life. So it's very different performances.
Right. It's almost a complete opposite.
Yeah. My personal slave.
Looks like he's got a portrait of Martin Van Buren back there on the wall.
With the vase of all things. Their faces.
But it was insured for $1 million.
Yeah. $35,000 for a vase. Imagine that.
No.
Made us a profit of $15,000 by breaking a vase. No. Oh man, it's so good, and just the line delivery is so perfect, and everyone plays off of him so well. That's the other thing. And again, he's 21. He's barely been in Hollywood very long, and yet he's playing with these guys who are legends.
I love how when it focuses on the plaque of the club, it says the Heritage Club, and it's like with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
And then members only.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, okay. Sarifism said that the perception of Dan Aykroyd prior to this film was he couldn't be successful without John Belushi. That makes sense. I mean, when you consider what they had done.
Right.
And what's funny too, and we'll see it in a little bit, but there's a tie to another John Belushi, Dan Aykroyd movie in this film.
Ooh, some music's coming through pretty loud there.
Yeah, I hear that too.
It might be mine. Let me turn.
It's usually me. My mic picks up everything.
It's only in my headphones too. I'm not watching it like with.
Right. Everything about how they set him up is so just over the top and absurd.
Whole lot of white dudes on that wall.
Sounds about white. But
and then Lincoln right in the middle.
So I just rewatched Halloween 4, and they go in this bar when they're in Illinois, and there's just Lincoln pictures everywhere.
Sure they weren't in Lincoln, Nebraska?
Pretty positive, because Haddonfield is, in Illinois. Yeah. Very good. Although it was shot in Utah.
Yeah, Halloween 4 and 5 are shot in Utah.
I've actually not watched like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the Halloweens. I've only seen 1, 2, and the new one.
3 is really fun. 4 is really.
I know. Good. I know so many people love Season of the Witch.
3 and 4 are good. 5's like probably the second to worst one in the original, like the actual Michael Myers lineup. I would put Resurrection and 5 at the bottom.
Easily. I really love Halloween 4, though. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
That might be my next October thing, is watching all the Halloween movies. Because I did all the Friday the 13th and all the Nightmare movies this year.
I was enjoying watching you go through the Friday the 13th stuff.
Yeah, man, those odd ones are really good. I mean, the even ones are really good. I like 2, 4, 6.
I also like 8.
I was disappointed because it was like false advertising. I was like, Jason was in New York for a minute.
It was a budgetary thing.
And it wasn't even New York. It was Vancouver.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
They shot that little scene.
The little tiny bit in Times Square. Yeah.
Which Kane Hodder said was a lot of fun.
Yeah, because everyone was watching while they were doing it.
Yeah, he made sure to stay in character the entire time, even when they weren't shooting, just to keep up the appearances for people that were watching the filming and stuff.
There's a lot of stuff with John Landis. I would suggest just kind of reading up on it a little bit.
If you have Shudder, watch Cursed Films, and you'll learn all about John Landis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
essentially, he was negligent during the filming of his segment of the Twilight Zone, the film, which resulted in the death of 3 people, 2 of which were underage children actors, and the other one was the actor Vic Morrow. There was a helicopter crash that took their lives, and he was directly responsible because he was pushing. For one, he illegally employed underage actors and had them working late when they weren't supposed to.
So many hours.
And then they were overdoing the explosions and the pyrotechnics that caused the helicopter to lose control. There was a whole lot of stuff. So
it's a nice sighting of Frank Oz.
Yeah, and I was going to say, anyone who's seen Blues Brothers, apparently the character is supposed to be the same.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so the running joke essentially is that it's all kind of the same universe within itself.
Nice.
But I definitely recommend watching first films.
He's from The Rocketeer.
That's also the dad in League of Their Own. He's Marla Hooch's dad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know she don't look as pretty as these other girls.
Yeah, and look, I'll say this: like Landis was a good filmmaker. He made a lot of movies I like. I'm never gonna ever say otherwise. But also, I call it as I see it. And dude was not a good dude. I mean, Eddie Murphy never wanted to work with him again. The fact that they worked together again after Coming to America on Beverly Hills Cop 3 is actually very shocking because they did not get along.
Also, his son's a piece of shit. So.
Yeah. La Boheme?
It's an opera.
La Boheme. It's an opera.
That's not mine.
Angel dust.
PCP, man.
You can tell what PCP is just by tasting it. Just every movie knows this.
Whenever I see Frank Oz and stuff, though, I legit can only hear Fozzie. Like, you can hear the underlining version of Fozzie.
I never hear Piggy. Like, it always blows my mind that he does Piggy. But yeah, I do. I hear Fozzie and a little bit of Yoda.
Yeah, because I'm a huge Muppets guy also. Obviously, I like sketch comedy, so the Muppet Show is one.
This guy's been in like so many movies. I forgot to check his name, but
he's in everything.
Because he's in That Thing You Do. He's Del Paxton.
He's Del Paxton.
Yeah.
Del Paxton. Thank you, Del.
Reefism said that he did see that Shutter piece on the Twilight Zone. Yeah. Curse Films is fucking great. If you guys have never seen it, I highly recommend it. The Poltergeist one is both fascinating and heartbreaking at the same time. The dudes from the jail cell.
You said you had a limousine. Yeah.
Limousine. Yeah. What? Yeah.
The tall guy always reminds me of Bubba Smith, who played Hightower in the Police Academy movies.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I was like. That's what I was like. Is that him? But I knew it wasn't.
It always makes me think of him.
I'm reading the Wikipedia entry for those because I was like, who are they? And they're cast as Ron Taylor as the big black guy and JT Turner as the even bigger black guy. Literally,
that's what they were called. Oh my god!
And it says the one that says "yeah." Both are football players, so.
Oh, that makes sense.
That does make sense. And why I thought Bubba Smith was one of them.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of those guys were doing lots of movies and stuff like that around that time.
I like to imagine this was just a party that Eddie Murphy threw and they just started rolling the camera.
Right. Well, I was going to say this scene's so interesting because Billy starts to change in the scene itself, which you're not expecting.
Oh, whoa, that's crazy.
The
guy that played the heavy set of the two guys was the voice of Lao She in Temple of Doom.
No way.
What?
Yeah, he's the 80-yard voice of that actor.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. It's uncredited.
Wow. I learned something today.
He's been in a lot of stuff, actually. He was in Twin Peaks for 2 episodes as the coach. So yeah.
That's another thing I never watched was Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks is great, dude.
I just recently rewatched it because I want to. I haven't seen the Return yet, and so I need to watch that now that I did my rewatch of the original run and the movie.
Yeah, it's one that's always been on my list that I just need to get to.
It's weird. You're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it.
I think I'll like it. I like
if you like David Lynch.
Well, I didn't like Dune. You found that out.
Yeah, but Dune is
Dune is not really a David Lynch movie.
I mean, it is, but it's not like an original David Lynch movie. So,
and he disowns that movie now.
This isn't even like the craziest party or anything, but he's still kicking it down. It just piles upon piles of coats.
I think someone shit on the coats.
Somebody shit on the coats. I love how Denholm Elliott is just like, yep, I'm down for whatever. Let's do it all.
Yeah. Again, it's so interesting watching the character change so much. He's like, you wouldn't even think about it.
Really, revisit him. I didn't know Bubba Smith was the number one pick. I know he was in the NFL. He played for the Baltimore Colts, but I didn't know he was the number one pick.
I didn't know that either.
He was a bad man. Yeah. I think I will retire.
It's interesting too because the one thing I like is that you can tell even Coleman's like, this is not who you are, and he doesn't like seeing the change because he was actually kind of liking the version of Billy Ray before.
Just because he's a good person.
Yeah. And he doesn't.
Coleman's the best person in this movie.
Yeah.
The butlers are always the good people.
Yep.
Like in Overboard. Roddy McCall is the butler.
Yes. I love that movie.
Andrew!
Hey, Tim, don't you have a pop vinyl kind of like that?
Well, here we go. There he is.
All beat up and stuff.
Beat up.
Amazing.
God, that wig is so bad though.
She got used to wearing wigs because they had her wear a wig in Halloween 2.
Yeah.
Although rewatching JFK, nothing is as bad as that wig Joe Pesci was wearing in JFK.
The David Ferry wig.
Yeah. Although I will say that Tommy Lee Jones's wig wasn't much better. My
favorite part of The Irishman was the part where I don't know if it was intentional or not, but they referenced JFK because when he goes down to Miami to pick up a truck, the person that he gets the truck from is Joe Pesci's character from JFK, David Ferry.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because he's got that ridiculous blonde hair in the nose.
I never picked up on that.
David Ferry was a well-known part of the conspiracy and stuff. He's an actual person. So yeah, I was like, I wasn't sure, but then I looked it up. I'm like, yep, that was David Ferry. That's pretty funny. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but
this dude staring at her after he compliments the purse is just so creepy.
How long is he supposed to have been in jail for?
Oh, it's just like overnight. Yeah.
He's already got like a
that smell.
Where I've been since yesterday.
That guy in the hat behind her.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like Paul Scheer.
He does. That's a good extra.
See, I was going for the Lewis Winthrop hair. It's kind of fallen down now, but Actually, I think this was her like next movie after Halloween 2.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
make
she
sense.
would've
It
done
was
what?
I mean,
Terror.
technically, has an uncredited role in Halloween 3: Season of the Witch, but it's
Right.
not it's just a voice role. It's not an actual role. She's the voice of the town.
PA system type thing.
Yeah, she's like the
Hey, what's up, Steven? Good to see
curfew.
you, man. Oh my god. She's so good in this. She's actually a really gifted comedian too. She's just
No,
great.
she's great.
she really is.
I mean,
she doesn't-
her role in True Lies is very comedic, even. So like she's
Yeah.
she's great.
yeah, she doesn't get enough props for her comedy chops.
Mhm.
Fish Called Wanda and
Fish Called
even
Wanda.
Freaky Friday.
Freaky Friday.
Yeah.
Wasn't she in a movie? Was there a movie where the kids like take over the house or something like that and lock the parents?
Oh, yeah, it was
or arrested something or home arrest, house arrest.
House Arrest.
House arrest. Yeah.
Yeah. God, I forgot about that movie. I haven't seen that since I was probably like 10.
Yeah. Early 90s, I think.
Yeah. But Aykroyd's so good at just having that protruding jaw with his teeth together.
Oh, the other one just has money on it. Money. Oh, the days before Square.
I just love Jamie Lee Curtis so much, guys.
Good old Laurie Strode.
So to this point, not including Halloween 3, she had done what, like 4 horror?
She'd done, yeah, because she had done Halloween 2. She did The Fog
and Terror Train.
She did Terror Train, and then she did another. I feel like there was at least one other thriller or something in there, but I'm not sure what it. I don't. It's like I've only seen it once. Let me look it up because now I'm wondering.
I think you're right. And again, the beauty of doing this at a Christmas time setting, once again, like we've talked about it before, but the thing with Christmas that always works is like Christmas is actually can be like a lonely time for certain people and stuff too. Yeah. So it definitely plays into the overall kind of sad and desolate feeling, if you will.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, she was in this Australian film, which I've seen once, called Road Games, which is like about a serial killer, and like a hitchhiker truck. It's like a road serial killer type movie, and it's got Stacy Keach in it.
Oh, Stacy Keach. I like Stacy Keach.
Yeah.
Who's Stacy Keach?
He is the neo-Nazi guy in American History X. The guy that's like running the neo-Nazis.
And he played Titus's dad in the TV sitcom Titus.
Gotcha.
You're a heroin dealer.
It was angel dust, PCP. I remember when that was a big thing.
Right.
Yeah, that was really big in the 90s.
Yep,
coming
90s,
around
with all the talk.
Yeah,
angel dust, man. PCP. They took his money card.
Oh no, not the money card.
But I liked the money card.
I don't know. You know, for being as down on his luck as he is, he's got some nice fashion sense. Got some nice Chuck Taylors on. That's not a bad leather jacket.
Sure.
No, I like that jacket's pretty sweet.
He fixes up that black guy, does his hair up nice. I mean, he could definitely go party in downtown Philly.
I like his pants. They're a nice red color.
You can't just leave me here. He's like helpless.
Well, that's one of the things I like about it too. Is like he's so much more helpless than the Eddie Murphy character, which I love because he's always had everything handed to him, whereas Eddie Murphy hasn't. So the swing of character is very interesting.
And this is also a really nice parallel to where Eddie Murphy started off on his knees, and now he's up and with the higher end, and you see Dan Aykroyd down on his knees now.
Just really, really well done. You know, you're supposed to be 6 feet apart, guys. No physical contact.
That's all I see anytime I watch anything now. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, don't hug that person. What are you doing?
I miss hugging people, man.
I just miss normalcy.
This is a bit about my normalcy as normal gets these days. What's funny about this sequence right here, it kind of reminds me of Ferris Bueller. But it's where Ferris's dad looks over and he sees Ferris and all of them in the cab. That's kind of...
And then looks back.
Yeah. And that's a couple years later. So just kind of funny. Right over there!
That's my car!
Well, and one of the funny things, too, is this is kind of a Prince and a Pauper situation, too.
Yeah.
But not as much royalty, if you will. Yeah, Reefism's right. This is a huge leap for Jamie Lee Curtis to show off her range as an actress. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I like about it, because I like her a lot and think she's such a great actress, and she was only doing so much horror up until now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of put her into the mainstream a little bit more, showing her versatility. Because she does do both in this. I mean, she has some dramatic roles or some dramatic moments in this movie, and then a lot of good comedy parts.
Yep. James, I know you're a big SNL fan, similar to me. When he's walking through the office, the only thing I can think is of that that sketch where he goes undercover as a white person and like the difference.
Oh, yeah, I love that episode. That's one of my favorite episodes of his.
Yeah, it's one of his best sketches by far.
It's like going to buy the paper, no charge. Oh, okay.
I did have coffee for breakfast. That man is very smart.
I did as well.
That's good. Kind of like James.
Pork bellies.
The way he looks at the camera, like he's the dumbest motherfuckers who have ever lived.
Which you might find in a bacon and tomato sandwich. Oh, really? You don't say. BLT is pretty good.
It would almost have been better if he just said, no shit.
I like a nice mutton and lettuce and tomato sandwich at MLT, where the mutton's nice and lean.
The way he flips it into them being bookies is so brilliant because that's what he understands.
And it's exactly what they are.
Yeah. I bet he's never even seen this side of the city, even inside of a car before.
Oh God, no. Harvard.
Such a baby. Shut up. Pick yourself up and do better, sir. Reefism says Eddie Murphy said Rodney Dangerfield was critical of his language during one of his stand-up sets. Something about that doesn't shock me, actually.
Rodney Dangerfield, really?
Of whose language?
Of Murphy's language.
Well,
I never heard that about Rodney.
We all know
Rodney
who was the most critical of him.
Yeah.
The running joke that he always likes to reference to.
Yeah.
Of course, that person now has karma came back and got him. But...
Right. That TV dad of the 80s.
And the 90s.
Yeah.
I love when he makes fun of him, though. And he,
oh, yeah.
My favorite is when he's talking.
When he's like, I called Richard Pryor.
Exactly,
like,
yeah. He said, well,
he said, no, shut the fuck
tell him
up.
to have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up.
Coke and smile, shut the fuck up. People laugh when they say the shit you say. Good.
The See You Next Wednesday poster.
Oh my God, I never picked up on that.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. It would be See You Next Tuesday. That's what I was thinking when you said See You Next.
No, it's just interesting because she actually has like real art and things like that up, you know?
Jesus. 42 grand in 1983 money.
Yeah.
Jeez.
She's a smart businesswoman, honestly. I don't think I really realized just how much nudity there actually is in this movie until today.
And this one just kind of feels gratuitous. It's like there is no need for her to be topless there.
I don't. It's kind of also showing that her character really just doesn't give a shit, though, too.
Yeah.
And kind of has. It's almost a power move, as weird as that might sound.
And shows that even if she is a prostitute, she can still be modest enough by covering herself up.
Yeah. The way he explains all this is so amazing. The way he stops himself.
The Kung Fu Grip.
Makes me think of the Sublime song. Caress me down.
And again, he's figured all this out, and he's only been there a day.
Right. It's a little far-fetched, but I can see it.
Well, but then again, he's also been around this type of stuff in the past.
Oh yeah,
so.
he's streetwise, and his rationale and his justification for what he just explained is perfectly fine.
Oh, totally, and that's what I like about it so much.
The love seat just kills me.
I know. The way he's like, count it, make sure I didn't steal from you.
The incredulousness of Don Amici's face is the best too.
Yeah.
So I was in a fraternity in college, and we had a song that we would serenade with that was to this exact same tune.
That's funny.
Of course you did.
We did. It was not something that we came up with. It's been in our charter for a very, very long time. But when I watched this movie for the first time after had going to college, I was like, oh, no way.
That song, though.
Oh, yeah, it's terrible.
Awful. They've been split up like a day, maybe.
Oh, yeah,
two.
she moved on quick, didn't she?
Straight to Todd.
Oh, those shorts are so bad. The shorts are worse than that suit. Although, PJ, I would pay good money to see you do streams in that outfit.
No, thank you. The suit, on the other hand, I might think about.
No, that's what I'm talking about. That shirt, that tie, that suit, that
Dan
hair.
Aykroyd? I'll fucking do it, dude. I'll even put the makeup around my eye. Patreon tier, $75. Have me dress up on stream as.
I thought you were going to say Patreon tier $75 and someone can actually punch you in the eye and actually give you the black eye.
$175 to let that happen.
Correct.
Yeah, you could have the cosplay tier. There's Bo Diddley, I think.
Yeah, I think that's him, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was him. When I saw him, he was much older, man. Yeah, that's him. I mean, he's an old man here, and I saw him in like 2006.
The sports watcher of the 80s. And Stad.
God.
In Philadelphia, it's worth $50. The way he delivers that line is just so perfect.
I like how they have like the blues music playing in the background, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
Very
tie-in.
appropriate.
It reminds me a little bit of Blues
Did you
Brothers.
see that Mickey Mouse watch? That was sweet.
I did. But Blues Brothers, because it has the Ray Charles sequence that's in it's a music store, but it kind of feels like a pawn shop too.
Yeah.
And
Ray's
again,
Music
Ray-
Exchange, I think it was
Ray's
called.
Music Exchange.
Shmoda.
Mm-hmm. That sequence, just him standing outside the window in the rain. It's like
It just reminds me of the Stitch from Lilo and Stitch 2, and he's standing in the rain crying.
Yeah. Oh God. What a joke. Ha 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 ha. I wonder what it would feel like to wear that coat as it's getting soaking wet on you. Like, it doesn't look like that would be comfortable at all.
No, can you imagine the smell?
I feel like it'd be so heavy too.
Yeah.
God.
Just bad all around, I feel like. The silence.
You know who she looks like is Meg Ryan in like Joe versus the Volcano.
Yeah. You know what's funny is if you go back and rewatch Joe versus the Volcano,
Yes,
had
please.
Harley Quinn as a character existed when they made that, and you made a live action Harley Quinn movie in the 90s, it would have been 100% Meg Ryan.
Yeah.
100%. If you like the first version of her in that movie with that accent is Harley Quinn. Straight up. The one that he works with in the office.
Yeah. I've just been watching the cartoon. I'm so happy with that. That show is so good.
Superman the Animated Series is finally coming to Blu-ray too.
I just finished season 1 of Harley and started season 2 last night. I'm going to be really sad when I finish season 2. Yeah.
I need to watch it still, so I'm glad that you're enjoying it.
Dude, it's amazing. You'll love it. The voice cast is so good.
That's what I've heard.
Pretty much every character Alan Tudyk does, which shocker.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's so good in that.
Well, and he's Joker, which I think is awesome.
Yeah, and he does Clayface, and his Clayface is amazing.
Oh, that's rad. I'll have to check that out.
Just their interpretation of Clayface, like the way his personality is in the show is just incredible. I love it.
Right.
This is how you get rid of coronavirus.
By laying in bed with someone else?
Yeah, a naked Jamie Lee Curtis snuggles you. That's the cure.
Scientifically proven, right?
Yeah.
Cool. How old is she when they're making this? Because I feel like Aykroyd's got to be the oldest one out of all of them, obviously.
Eddie Murphy. If I had to guess, I would say she's probably like 23, 24. Because she was only like 17 or 18 when Halloween came out, right?
Yeah, it was 78.
Let's see when her birthday is.
She really didn't age a ton either, like between this and True Lies.
Oh, she was born in 58, so she was 20 when she did Halloween.
Okay.
So she was like 27.
Yeah, 'cause this is
or 25, excuse me.
So she's still older than Eddie Murphy. But it's just fascinating to me. This coming up here is one of my favorite sequences in the movie. I find hilarious every time I watch it.
Mm-hmm.
It's him in the Santa suit.
Yeah, right here.
With a giant piece of salmon.
Yeah.
It's salmon, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I was like, he does ham too. When he's on the bus, it's ham. Yeah, here's the or it might even just be roast beef.
But then he takes the giant piece of salmon.
And then big piece of salmon, yeah.
I had some salmon last night actually, and it was super delicious.
I'm not a salmon guy.
You've never had my salmon, sir.
I don't like strong tasting fish, and salmon is hit or miss. So I never order salmon, but I don't dislike salmon.
I'll cook you sometime.
I like salmon. I like all fish.
Yeah, I had tilapia tonight, actually.
Yeah, give me some tilapia, some grouper, like a nice mild white fish. I'm good.
That looked like plum wine that he just downed. I haven't had plum wine in a bit, actually. That sounds good. Yeah, there goes the salmon right into the... Oh, my God.
Oh, the artificial hairs that are going to be stuck on that.
I know. He's such a mess of a human being right now. Fun fact, My Girl was also my first Jamie Lee Curtis movie. That is, I didn't realize that, Teresa.
Wow.
That's awesome. I'm 95% sure that my first Jamie Lee Curtis movie was probably Halloween, but maybe True Lies.
I would say My Girl is probably definitely my first Jamie Lee Curtis movie. But it wasn't actually. What's that?
I've never seen My Girl.
Really?
I know what it is. I've never
My
seen
Girl
it.
was my first Anna Klumsky film.
Well, yeah, for sure.
I know there's two also.
I had a big crush on Anna Klumsky after My Girl.
Same.
I think everyone did.
There's two. The second one, I didn't watch the second one nearly as much, so I don't remember the second one as much.
It's a way different film.
Yeah.
Because it's just about her trying to discover like who her mom was.
Yeah, that one's more of a coming of age kind of. Yeah. The first one's more of a coming.
For being sad.
Well, right, because of the ending. Teresa said also, speaking of marine life and Harley Quinn voice actors, Ron
Funches.
Funches as King Shark is amazing.
Yeah, his King Shark is amazing. I love Ron Funches anyway. His stand-up's great and everything he appears on. But yeah, his King Shark is the best.
Straight up, it's got to be Stallone voicing King Shark in the Suicide Squad, though, right? Now that he just signed on to do something in the movie.
I can see that. I haven't really been looking into that casting too much, like digging deep to see what he might be doing. But I can see that.
I feel like it has to, because there's no way he's filming something at this point. Oh,
unless it's
dude, that sucks, man. But I think it's probably a voiceover role. That makes the most sense to me.
That's possible. Or it could just be like a real quick,
Maybe.
hit or miss, 1-2 scene thing.
Love that.
Where you can come in. I mean, there's a lot of people that go in and they work for like a day and they're just like in 5 minutes of a movie.
He pulls out.
There's the roast beef.
Don't they already have a cat, like someone named as playing King Shark in that movie?
They had someone who was on set, but every time they talked about it, they always just said he was the person playing him on set.
Oh, because I know they have Steve Agee, and Steve Agee's like,
Yeah.
That's a big man.
Yeah.
Teresa, we can fix the My Girl thing.
Yeah.
I've always meant to.
It's a good movie, man. You'll like it.
Yeah, I mean, it was never like a vindictive. So it was just one of those things that I kept meaning to watch, and I just never got to it. It's coming to Blu-ray, or just came to Blu-ray, I think. Finally.
I don't know. I have DVD for both of them. I don't have Blu-ray. I was trying to remember the name of the kid in the second one. Austin O'Brien.
His scream as he goes running through there is just next level weird.
The satisfaction on his face.
I know. Now he's dressing up like he did all these things. Now he's dressed as Santa, and that's even worse.
And it's completely flipped around.
Mm-hmm. He really has completely changed.
Almost completely. He had to stash that joint.
He straight up put a joint in his pocket, which is fine. I support all things. I
never noticed his shoes before. He's got like these high heel white Santa boots.
Mm-hmm.
They look kind of like the shoes that Pee Wee Herman wears when he does the tequila dance.
Leave it to Tim Franco to bring up Pee Wee.
Yeah, I'm shocked right now that there was a Pee Wee Herman reference tonight in any capacity.
The shoes that he borrows from the bartender / cook at the bar, and when he gives them to him, he like shrinks because he was wearing them for height. This is where he learns
the truth. Oh God, putting the lit joint in your mouth.
It's like, dude, you're in a toilet. Just throw it in the toilet. I guess it would make noise, maybe.
He's standing on the seat, so he can't exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Or standing on the lid.
The bet was for $1. They're so proud of themselves, all for $1. They're like, look at what we did. We ruined one dude's life, but we gave him another.
In their minds, it's just a wash.
Yeah.
They started off with one guy on the streets and one guy in a boardroom, and they end up with one guy in the streets and one guy in the boardroom.
I'll say this, like that sequence, the way when he says that, you realize just how fucked up and racist these dudes really are.
Oh, yeah.
It feels so real because it's like, why would we let a black person like be a part of this? It's a very sobering realization in the middle of this movie.
Yeah, before it was just a class issue, and then they're like, "Oh no, we're also racists."
Yeah, which should like come as no shock, really, you know,
At all. Yeah.
That shot is actually kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been just a couple of days, and look at what a fucking drunken mess he is now, too. Aykroyd really sells this, man. It's really impressive.
As big as he was, it sucks that he doesn't really do anything anymore.
Well, like I said, he's gone a little cuckoo bananas.
He has.
Which, you know, and I love the dude to death, but it's so fascinating. I don't remember who I was talking to about it recently, but like, I'm actually shocked he ever got into acting in anything because he's so bent on talking about like supernatural and crazy weird things that. Oh, hi Mabel. Okay, I heard noises behind me. I didn't know what was going on. But he would have been like a paranormal investigator and things like that because he's definitely like a UFO truther and things like that too.
Right. I'm amazed he hasn't come out with like a show on Travel Channel.
Right. Chris Taylor said Dan Aykroyd he has had or been a part of some hit movies wise. Yeah, I mean, he was smart, man. He made a lot of great decisions.
So
it was the salmon. Good call, Tim.
He was eating it. So
and then the beard too. Oh God. No, Aykroyd was smart though. Like
the hair, he doesn't even care.
He stuck around and did a lot of stuff. I mean, even taking bit parts in things like Tommy Boy in the 90s and My Fellow Americans in the 90s.
Yep.
When he was no longer going to be the draw, he put himself in stuff where he could still be seen as a draw. Even 50 First Dates when you get into the 2000s and stuff. The dog peed on him. But it's just a pretty
50 First Dates?
Mm-hmm. Remember, he runs.
He's the guy. He's the doctor at the sanitarium.
Callahan.
Oh yeah.
The hospital.
Yeah, that is funded by Callahan Auto, by the way. The one thing that they've made sure is that Callahan Auto has stayed consistently through the entirety of the Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, the Happy Madison.
Universe. Yeah, the Happy Madison productions. Callahan Auto is brought up a lot. What are you doing?
Hyper corgis.
Yeah, apparently. We got a hyper corgi down here. Sorry, guys. Hi, Mabel. Very cute. Yes. Hi.
Yeah, I completely forgot he was in that movie. I was thinking of the guy that's plays her dad that's in all of Sandler's movies.
Oh,
yeah, talks like the real big deep voice. Yeah.
He was Sean Hunter's dad in Boy Meets World.
Yes.
And he voiced Slinky in Toy Story 3 and 4.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, after Jim Varney died.
Yeah, because they were friends in real life. Can't remember his name.
I can't think of it.
Yeah. This movie takes such a dark turn.
Oh
like,
God, yeah.
I mean, there are 2 sequences of him trying to kill himself, like back to back. Drinking
Happy
himself.
New Year.
Like, just so surprising.
Oh, it was just a dream.
And you were there, and you were no.
That reaction, I so primal in the way he screams and like goes after him. Again, Aykroyd really sells the changes that he goes through. Uh-huh.
For $1.
Blake Clark, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chris. That coming in clutch like that, man. It's like the second time, by the way, that Boy Meets World has come up today.
It's a good show, man. Which reminds me, I'll send you a thread. Billy Business from Over His Screen Junkies did a whole thread of how the TGI universe connects.
Oh yeah,
but it's like, oh well, Urkel connects everything because he's in on the shows, but like in one of them, Full House is an actual TV show,
right.
But John Stamos shows up as himself, and it's insane. It makes your brain hurt.
I have to. It's kind of like The Simpsons. The Simpsons is crossed over with everything, and it fucks everything up.
Yeah.
Especially because, what was it? I want to say it was, what was that? What was it? Denzel Washington and Howie Mandel was on, and Mr. Feeney. It was a medical show where they
St.
were
Elsewhere.
doctors. St. Elsewhere. So
Yeah.
with St. Elsewhere ending and everything was a dream within the snow globe.
Right.
That
Spoilers.
show crossed over everything in its time. And those things have crossed over with other things, which means all of that stuff is taking place in the fictional St. Elsewhere universe inside a snow globe.
Thank you.
Look into it. It's gonna fucking blow your mind, dude. I'm not lying to you. Hold on. Fuck off. That's all of us in 2020 at this point.
That's like is this real news or fake news?
Oh yeah, that was great.
Oh, that was so good.
I love that they used that clip in SNL during the Weekend Update that weekend. Also, they would be fans of Ronald Reagan. You see that he's got a picture of Ronald Reagan on his goddamn.
Yeah, it's like signed
desk.
and like messy
Yeah.
stuff too. I couldn't tell who the other one was.
Yeah. Chris, we'll make sure that James posts the link later so you can see this thread because Chris says he needs to see it too.
Oh yeah.
Jim Belushi.
I will. I'll actually go find it and I'll put it in the chat. Yeah, Jim Belushi popping up, and every time I hear the song "Locomotion," I think of this movie.
So, what year did John pass away?
It was right around this time. It was like 81, 82.
I was going to say, so this is keeping the Belushi family name going too, and making sure that he had his own,
Yeah, 82. Mark.
There he
82.
is.
Come on, baby.
Ever make it with an ape? I feel like that's Chris Clark. Am I wrong, you guys? Chris Clark would dress up like an ape for New Year's, right?
He would dress up like that for a Thursday. What are you talking about?
That's fair.
I'm not sure if the guy behind him is supposed to be
And Al
a generic king or actually the Burger King. Yeah, Al Franken.
That's a young Al Franken, too.
Very young Al Franken.
The other guy's someone too.
It is, and I can't remember who. I think it might have been one of his writing partners on SNL, but
I think I'm pretty sure it's also an SNL guy, just not like a super well known one. I don't think.
Yeah, I think it was Franken's writing partner because it was like the two of them that were together.
Tom Davis.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he was his writing partner on SNL.
Yeah. Yep.
No, it is
Franken Davis.
Him walking in here like this.
Merry New Year.
The laugh. The laugh. I just can't. I'm never going to get over the laugh. It's always going to be something that makes me giggle. Chris Taylor, like Biggie Small says, it was all a dream. Not wrong. Again, think about him being 21 years old with this sort of comedic timing and presence in a movie like this. Unheard of. Beef jerky time out of nowhere.
Why can't I not find this?
Oh yeah, and that's what's his name from Airplane. I forgot the actor's name, but he's the funny guy at the.
He plugs the thing
Johnny.
back.
Johnny. Yeah. Johnny, what do you make of this? Well, I can make a brooch or a pterodactyl.
Yeah, because he's the one who.
He's one of my. He died. I think he died shortly after this. Actually, he's one of my favorite parts in Airplane.
Oh my god, that fucking Irish accent kills me. That Elliot is doing. He was a great actor too.
Steven Stucker, that was his name.
Joking.
There you go. I just posted the thread in the chat.
I see it says here's the TGIF thread. Is there a link after it?
Yeah, I sent that right afterwards. Did it not?
Probably.
It should go right up. Unless YouTube doesn't like me putting a link in the chat.
Chris, if you follow James on Twitter, we'll have him put it on Twitter.
Yeah, I'll retweet it too. Let me see if it's...
Reefism, that's a great question. If Eddie Murphy had chosen to do Ghostbusters over Beverly Hills Cop, do you think he would have still become a lead actor? Probably not, to be honest. I mean, I think he probably would have eventually. He kind of was in this. Like, you know, he's co-leading with Dan Aykroyd, and Coming to America is not long after this, but... but I think that he made a choice that was right for him, and that was leading a movie that Stallone was supposed to make, and him deciding to take over and turn it into a comedy. Like, it very much, at least in my opinion, was the right move.
Huh. Yeah, it looks like YouTube doesn't like putting links in the chat. Oh. So yeah, I'll retweet it, and I'll send it to you, PJ, too, if you want to retweet it.
Definitely. I like how they just have a giant thing of bananas. Like,
what about you guys? What do you think? Do you think Murphy's career would have been different had he done Ghostbusters instead of Beverly Hills Cop?
I don't know if it would have been different.
Slightly different, but I still think he would have gone on to be a star regardless, honestly.
Right.
I would have liked to see that movie, though.
Yeah. It would have been very different. It's always interesting looking back, especially at Ghostbusters, and maybe we'll do a watch along eventually.
I mean,
what was that, Tim?
I'm glad he did Beverly Hills Cop because that's probably my favorite movie of his.
Sure. Yeah, but what I was thinking was, like, Ghostbusters has had so many people of almost what ifs. Oh, what's up, Star Drew? Sorry, gang, I'm back from my POV raid. Right on, man.
What's up, Star Drew?
See you. Hopefully you had a good time over at that. James just texted me, so I'll make sure I retweet that, you guys.
Jeez.
The blackface is a little bad.
Yeah, the blackface is a little bad, but
Umbuga. Huh.
we had big fun there. It's just so over the top. I love it so much. They really were great together, man. I would have liked to see them do more movies together.
Yeah. I like to think this character is the predecessor to Johnny Wishbone.
I'll rip out your eyes and I'll piss on your brain is the most random thing you could come up with possibly to say to someone.
Although it's an insult that I want to use in my everyday life now.
That's true. Reefism says, by the way, is this everybody's first Eddie Murphy film? Mine was Beverly Hills Cop.
I think mine was probably Coming to America. Probably.
I think mine was actually Beverly Hills Cop because that was my dad's favorite. The pool them eating on a pool table is a thing my dad talks about still all the time for whatever reason.
It's hard for me to think of what it might have been, but I know it's possible it might have been Another 48 Hours.
Mm.
My mom loves the scene with him flipping out in the bar. I was in a bus. I flipped over 57 times.
Actually, to be honest, my first Eddie Murphy might have been The Golden Child.
Oh, actually, no, you're right. That was my first one.
Probably
I remember watching that
watched
when I was like
movie
4
a lot
years
when I
old.
was a kid.
I really need
And
to
I still like
rewatch
that movie.
I haven't seen it in so long.
I watched it a lot growing up.
Yeah, I watched it last year again, but I remember I have a vivid memory of being like 3-4 years old and like watching it down in the basement of a friend's house.
Yep, I've seen it many, many, many times. I know it very well.
Party's over. Of course, it takes one dude who's just totally stoned out of his mind to come in here and just. Oh God, it's just so good. Silent Moose said theirs was 48 hours.
Yes, Chris, you are welcome. It's so good.
Teresa says hers was Coming to America. Patty said mine was very likely Mulan, although I wouldn't have necessarily known it.
Mm.
That was definitely one I watched a lot when I was that age. I mean, I still do. I really, really love that movie. I just got the 4K actually of it. And of course, Shrek too, because he would do Shrek right around then. Because I was young back then.
Yeah, that guy's definitely the Burger King. And not just a random king.
They look so human.
Yeah, I know. The other one's kind of horny, ain't he?
It's New Year's. Let him have some fun.
His eyes, the way that they bulge when he says it, just kills me every time.
Eddie Murphy and Eddie Murray interchangeably. Yes, I did. Yeah, I mixed those up quite often as a kid. There's a famous Oriole baseball player named Eddie Murray, and as a kid, I would mix them up whenever I meant the other one a lot. Well, I did watch All the President's Men recently, so this kind of feels appropriate now.
This is such a play on All the President's Men.
It's definitely Deep Throat. Another one I always used to mix up was Jack Nicholson and Jack Nicholas.
Nicholson, I grew up watching a lot of too because my parents were big into. They loved Chinatown and they loved As Good as It Gets. I saw As Good as It Gets in theaters. I was really young.
Yeah, that was what, like 98, 97?
I want to say either 98 or 99.
Something like that.
I feel like it was
98 was what my brain was going to immediately. But I'm always off by a year, so it was probably 97.
I was thinking 97.
Yeah, it's probably
it is 97.
Aha, see?
I remember really being into that movie when it came out. I watched it a lot.
Nicholson's great in that. So is Helen Hunt.
Yeah, they're both really good in it.
Yeah, what's up, Patty? She says, make sure to get those likes in on the video. Patty knows what's up.
I always say, good times, noodle salad. From that movie. That's a quote I always use.
So many good Eddie Murphy. What are your guys' favorite Eddie Murphy performance? I'm curious.
All time?
Yeah, all time.
I still really like, I really just love Axel Foley in general, so
Sure.
Yeah.
I really like Beverly Hills Cop the most. I think his best performance is Dreamgirls or even the most recent movie,
Dolomite.
But I just really love Axel Foley, and especially in that first movie. So
I'm super excited by the idea of the dudes who did Bad Boys for Life doing Beverly Hills Cop 4. Like, I think they're such a great fit to reinvigorate that franchise. What about you, James?
I would say it's probably this or Coming to America. I need to think about that one. He's done so many movies that I really enjoy, and it just kind of depends on the mood that I'm in. Like that first Nutty Professor movie is hilarious, but I haven't seen it in probably 20 years, so I don't know whether it's going to hit the same way it used to.
he's really funny in Bowfinger too, playing multiple roles.
Yeah.
Well, even Dr. Dolittle, like I grew up watching Dr. Dolittle. I remember liking his performance a ton in it. I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but
yeah, I think these two tonight are my two. It just kind of depends on which one I want to put what day. But I love the Beverly Hills Cop movies as well. Each one feels different of those three.
Oh, yes. Daddy Daycare is actually fun as shit, Star Drew. I'm not going to lie. I have a soft spot for that movie. Patty said, I remember the first time I watched this movie, my reaction to Jamie Lee Curtis was, that's the mom from Freaky Friday. Yeah. Oh, my God. Fair enough. Oh, Chris Taylor with the burn and scorch and take. Norbit gets
Norbit.
Nice.
I think he's being sarcastic, but yeah.
No.
Say, that's an opinion. Okay.
Hey, man, if it's not sarcasm, he means it. All good.
Orange juice sounds good. I wish I had some.
Orange juice is not good. I love it, but it's terrible for you.
These dudes drinking and shit right now. I can't imagine being these fucking stock traders. Like,
oh, no.
God, no. The way they all come out of the bathroom at the same time.
It's like that. Good thing they know how to time their bowel movements.
Metro, I haven't seen that in a long time, Star Drew.
Oh, yeah, Metro's good.
Yeah. Another one I used to watch a lot when I was younger was Showtime.
I was getting ready to say, I thought Showtime was better than a lot of people think.
Yeah. It's been a little while since I've seen it, so I don't know if it would hold up. But
it was ahead of its time, though, with the reality TV thing.
James, you should watch it.
I remember liking Boomerang back in the day. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Yeah.
Ooh, I watched that not long ago, and I thought it was awful. It was the first time I'd ever seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time.
Reefism says, I wish.
I know it's got Jeffrey Holder in it, who played Baron Samedi and Live and Let Die.
Reefism says, I wish Bill Murray and Eddie Murphy did a film together. That would have been cool. They still could. You never know. They both still work.
I would love to see that.
I would too, man.
Dude, it would be really great if somebody could put together something and get like just the legends of SNL like all in one movie.
Imagine if it was like an SNL alum movie, essentially.
It's like an Avengers type movie where you have Aykroyd, Murphy, Bill Murray, Will Ferrell.
You got to get Chevy Chase in there. As difficult as
unfortunately.
Maybe some Mike Myers action.
Yeah. Some Mike Myers, some David Spade, even.
Dana Carvey.
Yeah. That'd be a fun project.
Yeah. Molly Shannon. We don't see enough out of Molly Shannon these days. Can we just stop to appreciate the fact that the crux of this film, like this brilliant comedy based on The Prince and the Pauper, like about two dudes who switch places, ends with them like doing stockbroking and stuff? Like such a high concept, random thing to end this movie on.
Yes. And I have no idea what's going on.
It's just so interesting to me.
Yeah. Like the buying and selling of stocks like on the floor like this always just confuses me. I was like, how does anybody hear what anybody is saying?
Just I don't understand what's happening at all, yet I'm also enthralled by it and I don't know what to make of it all.
We're ruined.
I like how throughout the movie they're always wearing the same tie, but one's wearing a bow tie and one's wearing a necktie.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize they even switched off like that. I wasn't paying attention to
the
that.
entire movie.
That one dude looks a little bit like the real version of Ron Burgundy if he was a human being.
The one with the red jacket too? Just pandemonium. I could not do that job.
I imagine going to this every day. That's the thing you do. I can't. It just.
Why do you think they did a lot of cocaine in the 80s?
Well, again, those one dude was drinking out of a bottle straight. Another one was popping pills and shit. Everyone's stopping for this.
Is that Frank Langella? Just kidding.
It kind of looks like Frank Langella.
It does, Frank Langella.
Trial of the Chicago 7.
He looks like older Frank Langella, now.
He time traveled. Kind of like Time Franco. Son of a bitch. Yeah, Reefism said the same thing. I never understood this scene because I don't know how the stock market works.
Yep.
And I think that's my point. Like, it's still enthralling. I have no idea what's really happening other than they've clearly bolstered the market in their favor.
Yeah. From what I get is they had a bogus crop report, so it made the Dukes think that this was going to happen. So then they sold it all. And then once the price gets lower, they're going to buy it all back.
Yeah.
And then they're going to make a lot of money.
Like, them just standing there watching is just the best. Everyone's just screaming at everyone. I wonder how many people do this daily and have heart attacks and or like has anyone ever been like stabbed with a pen or a pencil by mistake?
Oh, I'm sure. And Eddie Murphy's face in this whole scene just always makes me laugh. Buy it?
Bye.
Yeah, buy it.
I like that guy's just
disappears
lost,
into the
lost in the madness.
Oh, Patty said it's mainly this reason that I ended up watching this in Econ, and I still don't understand it. What's funny is that we watched Casino Royale in Econ.
Really?
Because that deals with the stock market. Le Chiffre loses money because of the stock market.
Le Chiffre.
Yeah, it's just Le Chiffre.
Le Chiffre. Doesn't
you think you're some like James Bond expert over here or something?
Didn't someone call him Le Chiffre at one point?
No. It's French.
I don't care. Fuck you guys. Hey Tim, eat shit. I feel the pure joy and excitement that these dudes feel in this moment, though.
See, is I made a bet.
Yeah. Here's your $1.
Thank you, Lewis. His laugh. I love that laugh. And it's the only time he does it in this movie specifically, and it just lands.
Don Amici freaking out is the best part.
Trump, is that you?
He had a problem doing this part with the language.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't want to drop the F-bomb.
It's such a comedic sort of thing, and yet I love it.
Fuck him.
And of course, Don Amici. You guys know what one of his last roles was?
It's one that I know when I hear it.
He's the voice of Shadow in.
That's what it was. Yeah, in the Homeward Bound.
Only in the first one, because he dies.
How you feeling, PJ?
I'm great, man. Chill.
Oh. Feeling good.
Feeling good, James.
Or looking good. That's what I meant to say to you. Looking good, PJ.
I feel like didn't Denholm Elliott, when did he pass away? 92. I think he died of AIDS, unfortunately.
He did.
Oh,
did he really?
Yeah. So did Johnny Strucker, who was in earlier as the guy from Airplane.
Yeah. Now this makes me want to watch Captain Ron.
Captain Ron's great.
Yes, it is.
So I just love the end of this movie so much, and it just works on the absolute best level. And you feel so good for them at the end. Like they really get everything that they deserve after how they're treated. And they're not like, neither of them are scummy bad dudes in the same way that the Duke brothers are, you know?
Oh, no.
And that's what I love.
They just give them their comeuppance. It's like, hey, you fucked us over, and we're just going to do it doubly to you.
Yeah. But this movie still lands for me. I think that is there some stuff that has dated it a little bit and maybe problematic? Yes, but there's still so much that I just love about it that it just works.
Alfred.
And I can't not go back to it every Christmas. Like, it just works for me. It's a holiday movie. It's a part of my upbringing. I love it very much. Going to you, James, what did you think about revisiting it?
Yeah, it's just one of those movies that's just, it's always a good time. I've never had a bad time.
Oh, hi, Maxwell.
Hey, Maxwell's here.
Hey,
yeah, I've never had a bad time watching this, and it was just very enjoyable to watch it with you and everybody here in the chat. Just getting to share our love for, all things Christmas, Eddie Murphy, and Trading Places. It's just a really fun time, and I'm looking forward to moving on to Coming to America here shortly with all of you guys, because that one's going to be a good time too.
It really is, and there's even more to talk about with this one, especially coming off this. Like, I'm glad we're doing it as a double feature because, again, there's things that are tie back to it, and stuff like that too, which just makes me happy. But going to you, Tim, what did you think about your revisit of Trading Places?
I mean, I watch this movie every year around Christmas time, so because obviously it is a very holiday, centric movie. So, but I love it. I think it's hilarious. I love the fact that it's just like an overall story of like two guys coming together to take down these, horrible people essentially, and getting their revenge and their shenanigans along the way. And I love that it's Jamie Lee Curtis's, kind of getting her chance to show off her acting chops aside from being a screen queen, which we know she's great at. But, the fact that she was in this movie kind of let her, grow as an actress as well, which is great. So, yeah, it was a great movie.
Well, Maxwell, you're here just in time before we go to break. What are your thoughts on Trading Places before we...
So I spent the time you guys are watching Trading Places to watch Trading Spaces starring Kristen Stewart. Really underseen film. It's exclusively on Tubi. I recommend you give it a watch if you have a chance.
not Trading Spaces, the TLC.
No, different.
I didn't know.
Really got me in the holiday spirit.
Was it directed by Chris Clark?
No, it's directed by John's son.
Oh, okay. Great. Fantastic. Even better.
What a problematic family.
Yeah, to say we talked a little bit about that at one point, but no, really do love this movie.
I don't know if you guys brought this up, but I actually have a real soft spot for that movie, Pure Luck.
Pure Luck's great.
That Reef is a mention in the chat.
There's been a lot of all of us being like, man, we love certain things that not everyone talks about, and it's been kind of nice. Like Daddy Daycare, I got to show.
I love Daddy Daycare. I'm not gonna lie. I think that movie is hilarious.
Yeah, it's great. I love Eddie Murphy, man.
I haven't seen it in so long. That's one that I need to go back and watch again.
Jeff Garland's great in it too.
Yeah.
Steve Zahn also.
Yeah, anytime Steve Zahn shows up in a movie, it gets extra points from me.
Totally.
Whether it be That Thing You Do, or You've Got Mail, or Sahara.
Steve Zahn is really great in the movie Rescue Dawn. If anyone's ever seen it,
he is. He should have been in the Oscar.
He was like, I know there was early talk when that movie came out that he would be nominated, but he never was. But I feel like he should have been nominated for that movie.
Even Strange Wilderness is
Strange Wilderness. It's streaming somewhere recently, and I've been tempted. It's been a while since I watched it, but I remember.
Yeah, me too.
I'd watch it. All right, so we're gonna take a break, but I have uploaded the clip of Max Bartow singing Up from Sing Street on our episode of Suddenly Soundtracks that I'm going to run during the break. So get a snack, use the bathroom, and we'll be back with you in a couple minutes.
See you in a bit.
She turns to kiss me, I crash back into bed. Across the street on a grayed out Monday, I see the girl with the eyes I can't describe, and suddenly it's a perfect Sunday, and everything is more real than life. And then I'm back in the dream. I think I'm back on the ceiling. It's such a beautiful feeling, going up. She lights me up. She breaks me up. She lifts me up. We find a mystery bound in perfection, and Study read, but you don't want to reach the end, and suddenly then I'm back in the dream. I think I'm back on the ceiling. It's such a beautiful feeling, going up. She lights me up. She breaks me up. She lifts me up. Up to the stars she shows me. Dame Street, Georgia Street, miles below me. Up where the world won't let us down. La 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 la. Going up, she lights me up, she breaks me up, she lifts me up.
John, I was going to say, I heard you had a little bit of beef with Mark Ellis regarding a Schmodown question.
What were we talking about, Mark?
I am happy to field any question that any one of my many minions has about my ruling.
I lost to you, and it's one loss I've never been able to avenge in the Schmodown. I've beaten your compatriot, Christian Harloff, so many times I run out of fingers. But you, I can't. I got to beat you twice in teams, once in singles, and once in an exhibition match. How many more arenas can I beat Harloff in? Now I want Ellis.
Do you really think that you can defeat me in movie trivia? Just because you still compete and you still have this dream of standing on a mountaintop holding a belt, that and because I've moved on in my life and I've matriculated past competition to now I get to sit as the grand poobah and arbit all of these other people who have dreams that I used to have, that I still can't come down off my ivory tower and just sit across from you and just beat the shit out of you at movie trivia. Do you really think that I cannot still defeat you?
Well, if you guys got to see that great performance by Max Bartos, then you got to see a cool little clip out in promo for a very cool thing that Maxwell and I got to do together for the Kevin Smets charity stream. If you guys haven't, go check out the charity match. Maxwell and I got to call together. It was Mark Ellis and John Roca. It was a lot of fun. But Maxwell, I'm happy you're here, man. You know why? Because we're about to watch Coming to America, and I'm happy to have you here. We didn't have you for Trading Places. You ready?
Yes.
Fantastic, my friend. Well, with that, is everyone back? Are we ready to go? It looks like it. I see two other beards over there. I think we're good, man. Welcome back, guys. You're both muted. Let's see if we can unmute you guys real quick. Well, cheers, my friend. We're getting ready to watch Coming to America. Guys, I'm going to start with Maxwell before we start. Where did you first discover Coming to America? Was it something you always grew up on, or was it something you discovered later?
I feel like in my either middle school or early high school years, I watched it like 40 times on TBS.
Okay.
And it wasn't until after that I finally rented it and saw it in its R-rated glory. But I've always loved this movie. I think it's one of Eddie Murphy's funniest and most iconic movies. I think it's one of the best films from the filmmaker.
Agreed.
Who is an awful human being. Yeah.
I think when I said it when we brought him up, I was like that shit stain of a human.
He's made a lot of movies I really enjoy, which is a shame because he's a murderer.
Yeah. Which is
and I mean no joke by that. He is
literally
a murderer.
Yeah. Going down to Tim. Tim, what about you? Where did you discover Coming to America?
So I saw this at a very young age, as I mentioned earlier. So I definitely saw it before Trading Places. So like the joke that is in this movie, which is a reference to Trading Places, I obviously didn't get until I'd seen Trading Places. But I love this movie. I think it's great. I think Arsenio Hall is great in the movie. You got James Earl Jones. I just think it's super funny. All the different roles they play, and so many funny lines, and also just a good kind of underlying a good story about kind of love in a sense as well. So,
and of course, it was just announced the sequel's coming on March the 5th to Amazon Prime.
Yep. I was going to bring that up while we were watching it because I'm actually a little sad about it because I would have loved to see it at Christmas time just because this movie's always felt very Christmassy, like a holiday film. So I was excited to watch it as a holiday film, but it happens. What about you, James? When did you discover it?
Yeah, it's one of those ones that I just kind of always remember kind of being a part of my childhood. So I don't know when the first time was, but much like Tim and you said earlier, it was something that was introduced to me very, very young and much earlier than probably should have been. But it kind of defined my comedic history. It educated me on what good comedy was. I remember listening to Eddie Murphy's Raw well before I should have been listening to that and repeating lines back to my mother, who was aghast. But it's just kind of how it was back then. We got to watch whatever we wanted to watch, and there was not any real filter on things. But this is one of those movies that was just kind of always around, and I agree, it's probably one of, if not my favorite Eddie Murphy performance.
Yeah, it's absolutely up there for me. I don't think there's many of his films that I like nearly as much as I like this one.
Yeah.
Yes, Maxwell.
There is one for me that I like more and think his performance is funnier, and that is Bowfinger.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a great one too.
Bowfinger is brilliant.
Yeah, Bowfinger is awesome. But
PJ, I'm not semi-white. I'm all white.
God damn it.
And of course, I have my to go along.
Semi is also spelled wrong.
My
Semi
little
is only one M.
Funko. I have my.
I literally copied and pasted that from Google.
Oh, okay.
That's a good one. I like the Akeem.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I
You
should
got the
have
mop.
Although the last
good
thing I need is more Funko Pops, especially with the pending move.
You don't settle down. I would be forced to thrash you.
Well, with that, guys, are you ready to watch Coming to America?
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Well, I think everyone here who has been here before, you know how this works. If you have never been here before, what I'm going to do is I'm going to count down from 5. As soon as I say go, we're all going to hit play, and we're going to watch the movie with you. We're going to commentate it, talk to you guys, and just hang out and have a really nice time tonight. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. It's funny, not a lot of time had passed really between these two movies, and yet it has the newer Paramount logo.
I like watching older films.
But I love
the
how
retro intros.
Yeah.
I love how in this film the logo, the mountain turns into a mountain, and then it sort of the camera pans.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I cognizantly noticed before that the opening credits are in Christmas colors.
Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah, I never noticed that before either.
Also, how baller is it that it just says an Eddie Murphy production?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is the peak of stardom.
Yep.
And again, I mean, as we know, he was the one who like willed the sequel into existence too.
There are very few actors where I could be like, okay, that makes sense. Like if the Mission Impossible said a Tom Cruise production, I'd be like, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, totally.
Or if like the Will Ferrell, Adam McKay's movie said a Will Ferrell production, I get that. But there aren't many other actors where I would be like,
Unreal, man.
And this is definitely Wakanda, right? Not Zamunda.
Is that a little racist, maybe?
No, because look, it's the height of what you want and aspire to be here.
No, of course.
This is
Eric LaSalle.
Yeah, and Maxwell, just so you know, this is Patty's first time seeing this. She's never seen it before. She let us know.
I'm so excited for her to get to see this for the first time.
I know.
You're gonna love it, Patty.
No spoilers.
A wild Samuel L. Jackson appears in the credits.
Yes, he does.
We just said no spoilers.
In the whole movie. It was in the credits. It's not a spoiler.
Yeah.
Also, I don't feel so bad that I'm eating soup now that I see you eating that wrap.
Yeah, I apologize, but I really needed to drink it.
Yeah, I'm eating soup. I'm sorry.
Also, I never realized until tonight that Giancarlo Esposito is in Trading Places.
Is that a matte painting?
Yeah, 100%.
Because it looks. That's one of the things I miss the most is matte paintings in films.
You know what's funny is that this kind of reminds me of Indiana Jones, like straight up from the opening with the mountain and then the matte paintings and stuff. It really has that adventure Indiana Jones vibe.
I agree. And the music too.
Yeah.
Either that or Ace Ventura: When Nature Calls.
It's been a while since I've seen that.
Me too.
I need to revisit it.
I've in my life rarely laughed as much as when he comes out of the butt of the rhino.
Dude, that sequence was a formidable experience for me as a child.
Yes.
Where I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Now that's one I definitely remember seeing in the theater.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
I love this guy.
Yes.
He's so good.
I'm curious to see how many other small actors and characters they got back for the sequel that we don't know yet.
I am too.
Because we know he's coming back.
Yeah, and we do know that James Earl Jones is also coming back.
Awesome.
I'm holding out hope that the PG-13 rating isn't going to diminish the quality.
Look, I think Craig Brewer is a fantastic director. Obviously, he just worked with Eddie on Dolomite, which is excellent.
Right.
If you guys haven't seen it, watch it. But he also directed Hustle and Flow, which I love. Black Snake Moan. Even his remake of Footloose is pretty fun. Yeah. So he's a talented director.
I also wonder, James, to your point, it being moved to Amazon, it may have ended up being an R-rated film, and Paramount didn't know how it would perform.
Right.
So
yeah, it's possible.
I think too.
Yeah, the move to Amazon might help.
Yeah.
What's up? Let's get ready to talk. I don't know if this is Jake or Shug or whoever,
Probably
but
Shug.
Yeah, Jake was just on the Holocron, which I was
nice. That got loud. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Boot.
What's up, Jen?
Jen Kemp's here.
You're welcome to join us, Jen.
Yeah, come on in. We got plenty of room. We'll kick PJ out of here.
Eat shit, James.
No, I tried to eat this wrap like in the 5-minute break, and I got about halfway through. I was like, shit.
This kingdom and this palace really is so idyllic and beautiful.
It is.
It really is.
The color is just gorgeous. The way they built it is amazing.
I'm sorry to be that guy, but I had a problem with my video, and can you guys hear that?
4,
Are you living in Australia?
36, 37.
Wait, what's your timestamp?
Why don't you go ahead of us again, and we'll tell you when we're there.
4:45, 4:46.
Okay, then I'm pretty good now.
Oh, shit. Cool. Now mine did it.
I don't know what the hell's going on. My computer is...
I can tell you one thing. If the new one is PG-13, there will be not as many boobs.
That is probably accurate.
My cousin worked on the new one. He was a grip.
Jen said she's eating, to which I say...
So are we.
So am I.
A royal penis. I'm not eating, but I am drinking. I didn't drink during the first movie, but this one I am.
I gotta say, if I was in a position to be pampered as such, I don't think I would want someone to brush my teeth.
Yeah, there's a lot I wouldn't want people to do for me.
The gargling, even like, come on. Eddie Murphy plays everything so straight, though. It's so brilliant.
That's why it's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, what's your time at?
Oh,
God, you're so fucking needy.
5:47, 5:48, 5:49, 5:50.
5-4, get the fuck out of here.
All right, I'm pausing at 6:05. Yeah, I'm pausing at 6:05. So just give me like a 3-second countdown.
6:03, 6:04, 6:05.
There we go.
Riveting
Thank you.
We're going to spend the next 2 hours telling each other.
We're just going to keep counting numbers.
Well, I had the
6:06.
the last movie too.
When did we move to Australia and our internet became so bad?
Well, this one was on me. I went to hit the button to bring up the subtitles, and it just completely exited out of the menu. I was like, oh, well, that's fun.
The legendary James Earl Jones in the house.
Mm-hmm. And the lady who plays the mom was the voice of the original voice of is it?
Yeah, it's Madge Sinclair. She's Nairobi.
Nairobi,
Simba's
right?
mom.
Simba's mom. Which is perfect because James Earl Jones is.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, you got Simba's mom and dad right there.
Yep.
If only Hakeem was played by Matthew Broderick.
Jen says, can this whole stream just be people angrily saying timestamps? You're going to summon Time Franco.
Oh,
That's
God,
probably not wrong.
Time Franco was here earlier in the very beginning of Trading Space.
Yeah, and then I said something like, what the fuck is Time Franco doing here? And then never came back, so I don't know.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
By the way, I've said this before. For legitimate, usable information as to the identity of Time Franco, I will gift you a choice of Watchalong for the network. And that choice will be Cats.
Heck yeah.
I thought we were doing Cats in January anyway. Am I mistaken? Oh, okay.
You're ruining our surprises.
Where's Brandy?
I was going to say, Brandy hasn't been here tonight, so we can talk about Cats openly without her threatening to leave the channel.
I wanted to ask her because she doesn't report usually on like the movies she watches. She just watches them, and I wanted to ask what she thought of Lake Mungo since she finally was able to watch.
I talked to her about it. She said she loved it.
And Mandy, I know she watched Mandy.
Someone check in on Brandy, make sure she's okay. We're all worried about her here because we.
I messaged her earlier because I hadn't seen her in a bit.
Okay.
Mandy is something.
Mandy's great.
Mandy's
awesome.
Amazing. Yeah.
I want to watch that again.
Color Out of Space with Brendan the Kid Meyer.
Yep.
He's an actor?
A little bit.
No, he's just a trivia player. I don't know what you're talking about. The way that they back up and just like sneak out of the room is just the best. Oh God, he's fucking back again. Are you kidding me? I'm telling you guys, find out who this person is. I need answers. What was the first? When I first saw this film, I didn't know James Earl Jones was the voice of Darth Vader. Normally Reef is a Mask, what our first movies with actors is. I guarantee you mine was Star Wars when it comes to James Earl Jones. There's no way it was anything else.
Yeah. But I may have been in the same boat with him. Like when I watched Star Wars, I definitely didn't know who James Earl Jones was.
Right.
So I don't know whether I would have. I don't know whether I knew he did the voice before I saw him in a movie.
Steven makes an excellent point. What if it's Jen?
Yeah, it probably is Jen. She would be one to do something like that.
There are already a few who know my identity. They are sworn to secrecy. Well, that's creepy. Some Illuminati type stuff.
I love that in the same year.
I agree.
Earl Jones is in Star Wars and Exorcist 2, The Heretic.
Right.
I love that line though. I tied my shoes once.
There he is.
It's overrated.
Arsenio Hall. He is excellent in this movie.
He really is.
Apparently, some know who time is. And
That's
they
what I
were
said.
working
I was like,
together.
it seemed like fucking Illuminati type stuff.
The Pajukananati.
I don't think it's Ferris still, because there was
Jen, I'm
an
just saying, maybe this is why. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it's
maybe.
Ferris, because there was an initial joke when time originally appeared. There's no way Ferris would make a reference to
Primer joke?
Yeah.
No. What happened to the Rose Bearers? Like, you need them to walk around.
They look like they're in a TLC
Hollis.
video.
They 100%.
They're one of the all-time best talk show hosts.
Oh yeah.
Remember when
great.
he did a interview? Was Arsenio Hall, right? Who did the interview with Jason? Like,
With who?
it was literally Jason Voorhees.
Oh really?
Yeah, if you go back and watch it, look it up. And he does an interview, and it's Kane Hodder as Jason, but he's literally having an interview with Jason Voorhees, where Jason just sits there and stares at him.
I haven't seen that.
It's
I always think of the Bill Clinton interview whenever I think of Arsenio.
Yeah.
Yep.
My head canon, that's actually Eddie Murphy.
My headcanon is it is too. Arsenio Hall should have made an action movie. I think he actually would have been pretty badass as like an action hero.
He could have been Wesley Snipes.
You know what, man? Like, they're very similar. I could see them going up for a lot of the same roles.
Yeah, I can too. Like they have a very similar facial structure and everything, and
which is funny because Snipes is in the new one.
Well, and in Dolomite, Snipes is hilarious.
Yeah, he is.
He's incredible in that movie.
He's hilarious in Major League too. Excuse me, Major League also.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not in Major League 2.
He is not in Major League 2.
He is not in Major League 2, and Major League 2 is not hilarious.
It has its moments though, and it was filmed in Camden Yards, so I have a special place in my heart for that movie.
Look at all the elephants, man.
Fun fact: neither Major League movies were filmed in Cleveland. The first one's filmed in Milwaukee, and the second one's filmed in Baltimore.
So the first one was filmed.
Where did they film Back to the Minors?
I don't know, somewhere in the minors.
Well played. Good job, James.
I miss minor league baseball here in Tucson.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have a minor league team like literally 5 miles away.
Reefism says prior to this film, Arsenio Hall did the voice of Winston Zedmore on the.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
And Dave Coulier was Venkman.
That I knew because it was funny that then they flipped, obviously, and Bill Murray voiced Garfield after he had voiced Garfield in the cartoon. I always thought that was interesting.
Who did? Dave Coulier did Garfield in the cartoon?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and so then when they did the live action one, it's real obvious if you watch them together. Like, the voices are exactly the same.
You know who that guy is? This is a deep
that's James Earl Jones.
Yes. No, the guy that was just announcing. Do you know who that was?
Oh no,
that is the guy that plays King Willie in Predator 2.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Predator 2 rocks, man.
Star Drew, why are you?
Babylon.
What did I do?
I love the music in this movie too. Mm-hmm. That's one thing I'll say is that we didn't see a lot of predominant black comedies at this time. And this one really kind of goes all in on really being much more culturally rich, I think, than anyone was used to.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something very special and very unique about this movie.
What was this, 87?
87 or 86?
I think it's 88.
Maybe 88, yeah. Maybe.
Always a year. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think it's like 5 years after.
It's 88. Yep.
Not that I'm good at movie trivia or anything.
I don't know what you're talking
Whenever I think of a year, I always just need to add or subtract one, and then I'll be right on it.
This whole sequence is so wild. Like,
Right, but then the question is, do you go forward or backwards? That
Right.
could screw you up too.
It is.
You could end up 2 years off theoretically.
and it's
Sequence
funny.
was later used to make a reference as in a Busta Rhymes video.
I don't want to say anything real nice about John Landis, but he was totally cut out to do this sequence alone because everything you saw him do between Michael Jackson music videos and the Blues Brothers, like, what a better way to let him show off his skills.
I was gonna
like
say
that.
between this and the black and white video,
Yeah.
that's the one that has Arsenio, isn't it? Or is it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's black or white.
Oh, I didn't know that either. Reefism says Paula Abdul was the choreographer of that the dance sequence.
That
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I just never knew that. I love having all this info. The singing that he's doing is just
I love
so,
Oha.
Yeah.
This is how Janine needs to have an entrance.
Who sings for?
I
What
don't
is
know.
your favorite food? Whatever is your favorite food.
He's getting so much enjoyment out of singing too. From an infection.
I gotta say, James Earl Jones' crown looks like a summer camp.
It does.
craft.
It looks like somebody took like something out of a cereal box and just glued Legos on it. And yes, Stardew, Major League 2 is fun. It's stupid. It's not good, but it's fun.
His face, like, he looks like he's so into the singing, and then he just looks so stone-faced, unexcited when he finishes.
He's a professional.
You're a professional.
This movie has so many funny lines in it. I'm already just laughing at things that I know are coming.
That's what I was doing in the last one. I was just laughing like a minute before something would happen.
It's just because we all know it so well, and you just wait for those moments to happen.
That poor kitty that had to die to make his little cloak.
Yeah.
I think it's probably fake. Whatever you like.
What do you like? This is like Ryan Gosling in The Notebook. What do you want?
I've never seen The Notebook.
It's pretty good. I'm a fan.
It is.
Yeah.
I watched it a couple months ago for the first time. It's enjoyable. Rachel McAdams' accent's a little hit or miss, but it's a good movie. She definitely sounds like a Canadian trying to do a Southern accent.
James Garner's really good in it too.
Yeah, he is.
And God, what's the actor's name? He played E on Entourage.
Oh,
I don't know.
Eric Connolly?
Yeah, he's
Or
pretty
Kevin
good.
Connolly,
in it, too.
excuse me.
Kevin Connolly, yeah.
Yeah. Eric was his character on the show.
Yeah, E.
What is happening? Is that getting along, really? Because it looks like her hopping on one foot.
That dude there looks like he's
Hopping
Brian
all-
Fellows.
I'm Brian Fellows. I love Brian Fellows.
What was the
Or no, actually, what I was thinking of was when he's like, now is when we throw our head back and laugh.
James Earl Jones' voice, man, is just so commanding. I really liked him in Patriot Games and Clear and Present Danger a lot too.
Yeah,
I saw him on Broadway.
Conan the Barbarian.
Oh yeah,
I saw him on Broadway. Driving Miss Daisy
with Angela Lansbury.
With Angela Lansbury, really?
Well, they did it together because they filmed it for PBS, but he may have had a different actress then.
I think. Hold on, I'm gonna double check before I misspeak.
Did he play Hope?
Yeah, I saw it with him and Vanessa Redgrave.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, he played Hoke, and Boyd Gaines was in it too. The performances were excellent. I don't love the material. I'm not a fan of the movie or the play so much.
Right.
I think it's a little
booky.
Yeah, but the performances were excellent.
Yeah, I have the PBS version that he filmed with Angela Lansbury.
It's the same play.
So that's why I immediately thought that's the one you had seen because that's the one I'm used to.
I have seen Angela Lansbury on stage, but not in this production.
Like you, I don't love Driving Miss Daisy, but the performances in that are so wonderful that it's hard not to like that at least.
Good score.
Great score.
I prefer Driving Over Miss Daisy from Stay Tuned.
Prepare the royal baggage.
Queens.
Specifically.
That's so funny and stupid.
Just the way he delivers it is just
so this is why it's called Coming to America. Now I get it.
I am a little not. I know what they're going for with the title of the new one, just putting a 2 in the 2 place, but I'm not necessarily really fond of it.
Yeah, it should have been like Coming Back to America.
Yeah, I think it would have been a better title.
Or Coming to America again.
Again, yeah.
It should be called Fuck America.
Yeah. Fuck America.
Why are we coming to America?
Coming to America. ... Why?
Oh.
Nah, he should really be having a Yankees hat on if he's going to scream like that.
No, no. Mets fans are the real.
More normal. Yeah, okay.
Right.
That is true.
Yeah.
What does dumb fuck mean?
He says it so jovial too.
Yes.
Which is what I love.
Fuck you.
The barbershop name is always one of my favorite little bits of trivia for this movie too.
Yeah.
My T-shirt.
And this is why it feels just like being Christmassy and stuff again. It's the snow. Everything about this just fits the setting. Broken glass bottle. A country so free you can throw glass on the streets. Eddie Murphy, man, and was this the first time he played multiple roles in a movie?
And then it's Cuba Gooding Jr. in the show.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
A very young Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yep.
Both Eddie and
I thought only
characters.
I thought only Furious Styles cut Cuba Gooding Jr.'s hair.
Well played.
Now we're right back to that Eddie Murphy going into the white face.
Yeah, from SNL.
Yeah. But this character just kills me every time. Aha!
He actually does the very.
I'm calm, Clay.
Eddie Murphy does the old Jew stereotype better than some old Jews I know.
That's what, I didn't want to say it, and I'm glad you did.
Unless you could get Judd Hirsch, this is second best.
Yeah, 100%.
Or of course Mandy Patinkin.
His mama called him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
Frankie Faison
Yeah.
has looked the same for 30 years.
Yes.
And as I pointed out in the last movie, so has Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, Eddie Murphy's 21 is something we kept focusing on with Trading Places. Like, he was 21 when he made that movie.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's true. Rick Baker did the makeup for this movie.
Yeah, he did.
It shows.
And indeed, he was Oscar nominated, as well as were the costumes by Deborah Nadoolman.
He was nominated for this? Really?
Rick Baker was, for best makeup.
It doesn't seem like the makeup effects are that impressive. I mean, it's impressive, but it doesn't seem like they would be something that would get the attention of the Oscars.
That falling down the stairs shit on me, you hear?
The costuming, for sure.
I laugh. This whole thing, and then him looking up. And, oh, it's just so good, man.
Oh, I couldn't imagine sharing a bathroom with a floor.
Mm-mm.
Not in an apartment, no.
Mm-mm.
I stayed at like a hostel once where you shared, but that's different.
I hope Eli Roth didn't direct your hostel.
You used to run it to a blind man. They walk in, there's blood.
He might have directed this
Damn shame what they
apartment,
did to
though.
that dog. Is that what he says?
Yeah.
I love the tape outline. They got the cane there too.
Oh my god! I love how like utterly enthusiastic he is.
I know. It's just so brilliant. Oh, Reefism says that's Eddie Murphy's Uncle Willie who fell down the stairs.
Oh,
that's funny. I love how later when all their shit gets stolen, like the entire neighborhood's dressed as that, and like all their clothes and shit.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck you.
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck you too.
Fuck you.
See, this is what I'm afraid we're gonna miss out on the new one.
Yes.
I'm gonna guess it's probably not actually PG-13. That's my guess.
The new one?
Yeah.
It was
I know,
going to be when it was theatrical, so hopefully with Amazon that'll.
I have this feeling because Brewer also just did Dolomite with him, so.
Weren't they filming in the same studio at the same time as Bad Boys for Life?
They were.
Were they really?
Yeah, there's a picture that Will Smith, Martin Lawrence, and Eddie Murphy took together.
I'll just ask my cousin. I'll be like, hey, were there a lot of F-bombs and language in the movie?
Yeah, you should ask him. Find out for us, Tim.
Seriously, you should be our inside info. You're our scoopster on this.
I know he said he enjoyed working on it.
Maybe we ask what he did.
Oh, he's a grip.
Oh, nice.
But much to my dismay, he is not yet the best boy grip.
No, he's not. He's still. I think he's like a year and a half in of being a grip at this point.
I love that they get just like the most touristy jackets and shit.
I don't hate Eddie's jacket.
No, his mess jacket's really nice.
No, I love the jacket.
The hats are terrible.
That's just so.
I love the song, the Soulgless song. It's so good. This is one of my favorite parts when he goes to the barber shop to get his hair cut. Damn, boy, what are you putting in your hair? You gotta treat me.
I saw that, Patty. There is a video of Will Smith and Martin Lawrence meeting Eddie Murphy on the set.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned that, I think I remember seeing that on Twitter.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
I don't use any chemicals, just fruits and berries. He's like, white guy always got to bring up Rocky Marciano. There they go. He beat Joe Lewis's ass. He did beat Joe Lewis's ass.
Are there currently any actors in the scene other than Eddie and Arsenio?
No,
I don't think so.
And
Yeah, there's the one other barber.
Oh,
the other guy. Yeah, the other guy. That's his own character.
You know, I think that the Cedric the Entertainer character in Barbershop is very heavily based on Arsenio Hall's character right now.
I would not be surprised by that one bit. He's so similar.
They're very similar. And, you know, I love the Barbershop.
That other guy.
So it just...
137 years old. Fuck you. Who's next?
It reminds me of a Half-Baked. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You're cool.
Fuck you. I'm out.
What kind of chemical you use? I didn't use no chemicals. Just make it nice and neat.
So Jen Kemp is swearing up and down that she is not Time Franco. She says she wishes it was. So I don't know. Just thought I'd update.
Only $12, $8.
The eyebrow.
Yeah.
Definitely a different guy in the background. That's not Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
That's someone's real face.
Reefism says that they had never heard of these boxers when he first saw this. That's all right.
Oh, really? I was really into boxing in like the 90s when it was like really fun
Patty.
to watch.
He just became a Jedi Master and lost his Padawan brace.
Yeah, basically.
I worship the devil.
I worship the devil.
Straight faced.
And then the one that like burns her, she's like burning her hand.
Yeah. My husband's on death. Arsenio Hall's smile.
Yeah, that could. It's like smoking.
Yeah. Arsenio Hall's face. He looks like he's trying hard not to laugh, to be honest.
I use that GIF a lot.
Yeah. They're falling asleep. It's just so. Spitting out. Oh man. Patty said the first twins were clearly this movie's version of the Shining twins. Not wrong.
Yeah.
How many roles does he play altogether in this movie?
Arsenio?
I think they each play about four or five roles.
Okay.
I think it's closer to 7 for Eddie, and I think it's like 4 for Arsenio.
No, because I just looked it up, and I think it was like. Let's see here.
Because Eddie does 3 in the bar, right? I mean, 3 in the barbershop, right?
It's 4 for each.
Is it? Oh, no, I guess he does 2 in the barbershop. Yeah, it's only 2. So
Eddie's
2 plus...
Eddie's Prince Akeem, Randy Watson, Saul, and Clarence.
Yeah.
And then Arsenio's Semi, the Reverend, Morris the Barber, and the extremely ugly girl as they have him cast.
Gotcha.
Feels like more, though.
Yeah. They just sprinkle them in nice so you don't get overwhelmed.
I am very happy to be here.
I love when they're passing the like donation plate and he throws his like chicken bones in there.
Yeah.
Come the praise.
I love that they're doing a black awareness and having a beauty pageant at the same time.
And he's a reverend on top of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Randy Watson. You're so beautiful tonight. You're so beautiful. It's lovely. It's just lovely. What's good?
Good and terrible. That's right. If it wasn't for the voice, I would not know that's Eddie Murphy.
Wonderful.
I know. I would have no clue that was Eddie Murphy.
That is the one in this that does not look like him whatsoever.
The voice, though, you could tell from the voice.
Yeah. As soon as you hear his voice. Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, it doesn't look like him at all.
I believe children are the future.
Yes, he does play Hercules in Nutty Professor. Is that 2?
That's the first one.
In the first one?
Yeah, he does the Hercules in the first. I think it's 7 people in Nutty Professor. I think that's where I was getting 7 from.
Yeah, that would for sure make sense. I love
John Amos.
Yeah, I love John Amos in this movie.
Yeah. They get the Big Mac. We get the Big
Mac. One of my favorite quotes in this movie is a John Amos quote, and it's not till towards the end, so I'll wait. But
John Amos is excellent. I love him in this one specifically, but like Die Hard 2, I think that might have been the first movie I really remember seeing him in that really embedded in my mind. I think he's so great in that movie.
I love a lot of his lines in like that final little third act, like when they're running back and forth.
Yeah.
In the house.
Yeah, it's it's a very specific one that he says to King Jaffe Jofra.
Yeah.
What I love, and I always quote it. You good?
You crazy?
You crazy?
Although he does remind me of somebody, Randy Watson always reminds me of someone else. It doesn't remind me of Eddie, but I can never put my finger on who I'm thinking of.
The makeup really is just ridiculous in this, man.
Yeah. Now when you think about it, it's like, okay, yeah, I didn't think about all the prosthetics and stuff that they were doing.
He's right. Is John Amos coming back in the sequel?
Yep, John Amos is coming back in the sequel. At least give him the address.
Gotta love the Louis Anderson cameo too at the restaurant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to reveal too much because remember, Patty hasn't seen it. So if there's anything,
was he in the credits though? I don't remember. Maybe not.
Yeah, he was, but it was just one of those blink and you miss it.
Self-expression.
Oh, Beastmaster's great recently.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I just rewatched Beastmaster recently. And I was like, oh yeah, he's in it. He's Tech.
Yep.
I've never seen Beastmaster.
It's a fun, like, sword and sandals fantasy kind of movie. Yeah. It's got Rip Torn in it.
Yeah.
Okay. I always think of the West Wing when I think of John Amos.
Oh yeah, yes. He was great in the West Wing.
Admiral Fitzwallace.
Yep. Pretty good recurring role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And wasn't it Good Time? Obviously, was like his big start.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course Roots.
Yeah, and Roots. That original Roots, you guys, if you've never seen it, I cannot recommend it. I liked the remake fine too, but that original miniseries.
But remember, he was also in the NFL back in the day.
Yeah.
Was he really?
John Amos, yeah.
John Amos? I didn't know he was in the NFL. No way.
No, well, I guess he was in the American Football League before it merged with the NFL. So he's a pro football player.
Huh.
Yeah, he played with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Denver Broncos.
No kidding.
That's fascinating.
It's a recurring theme because we were talking about that in the last one. The two guys from the jail that was, hey, or yeah.
Yeah.
They were both professional football players, and I said,
oh, yeah.
One looks like Bubba Smith.
He also plays himself in Uncut Gems.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
he's his neighbor. Right. He's his neighbor, and that's an excellent moment.
I totally forgot about that.
I did
because I remember Maxwell and I were both like, Amos? Like, we kind of looked at each other when it was happening. It was awesome.
And then when they revealed he's playing himself, I was like, that is so good. I love that movie.
I do too.
Very much.
Get out of here before I bust that camera. Me and the McDonald's people.
McDowell's. It's funny seeing this movie as a kid. I saw it really, really young. I never really.
Oh, look, it's Louis Anderson.
Yeah, there we go. I never thought it was like a separate restaurant. I just like, oh yeah, he owned a McDonald's.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I got older that I was like, oh, okay, it's a joke. It's a McDowell's.
Yeah.
You know how to mop? Are you a Stanley Spadowski?
That's the next UHF reference right there, Tim.
That's the worst mopping I've ever seen, and I'm Jewish. We don't do anything cleaning.
I also like how
Terrible
it's like their orientation. He's like, here, go ahead and start.
Yeah.
Just mop this.
I see some pickles up there.
His smile as he goes by. Oh my God.
When you think of trash, think of Akeem.
Think of Akeem. Speaking of Garfield.
Yeah, the Garfield hanging there.
Yeah. I had one of those growing up.
Same.
This Eddie Murphy, anytime in a movie he has his big smile, I laugh. It's just so infectious.
It is.
Uh-huh. The smile and the laugh.
He's so awkward. He likes her so much, though. It's cute.
Galfrey.
You answered my question as to which dog is that very quickly.
Oh, yeah. It's always Galfrey, usually.
Oh.
Gwen doesn't bark very often, especially at night, really.
Tim, you quoted it wrong. It was, you
think
did
of
trash
garbage?
with Tim. Yeah.
Yeah.
It works for you, though. Yours is an alliteration.
What terrible uniforms. The vest isn't bad, but the little poof ball on the top of the hat, come on.
I love it. I would wear that proudly.
Yeah, I think it looks comfortable.
Just let your soul.
Remember Radio Shack?
I was going to say the exact same
They
thing.
still, they
Town
still
has
exist.
one.
They still exist, really? There's
Yeah.
not any in this town.
In the town my parents live in Connecticut, there's one.
There was one in Los Angeles that I used to pass all the time on my way to work.
There's one here. It was at least here last year. I haven't paid attention.
Eric LaSalle. Remember?
Of ER fame.
I'm sure you remember Tower Records.
Oh, yeah.
They relaunched as an online shop.
I love it because, they're from my hometown. It started in Sacramento.
Yeah,
so
Eric
that's
LaSalle's
where
in ER, but he's also great in Logan.
Mm-hmm. We do have a Radio Shack, Tim. We have one Radio Shack in Tucson.
Where's it at?
Apparently, it's over on Oracle.
No, it's not.
It says 4500 North Oracle Road.
Is it Oracle and Roger?
I don't know.
We'll open up the map and see if it's Oracle and Roger.
Getting awfully demanding over
Yeah,
there, Franco.
so demanding.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I agree, Patty. The fake McDonald's logo is hilarious.
Because there used to be one on Oracle and Roger right by my house, but that was years and years and years
No,
ago.
this one I think it's near a Macy's. It might be in the mall.
No, there's definitely not one in the mall. That's old news also.
Oh, maybe this was just never taken off then. Yeah, because this one's over by the Stone Avenue. That's the mall, right?
Stone is one of the streets that the mall is between.
Yeah. Yeah, then that's where it says it is.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
This is gripping Radio Shack commentary.
Sorry, guys.
You know what I love about Radio Shack is you can go there for two of the most necessary things. You can get radios and you can get shacks. So if you need a tent or a yurt or like a little gazebo for your backyard, they got you covered.
Or a
When I was
7-foot basketball player, they got you covered.
When I was young, I went to Radio Shack to get basically it was an outlet that you would put into.
Don't they sell like laptops now and stuff?
I guess they must have to, right?
Seriously, she does not see him do that. Come on.
Speaking of Shaq, he is going to be. He's kind of being brought into AEW in a.
No way, really?
Yeah, they're starting a
Wait.
A rivalry between him and Cody Rhodes.
Oh my God.
Which is fun.
I figured out a new name. Ready?
Yep.
Boom.
That's awesome.
McMaxwell's. That works.
Can we start a McMaxwell's?
Because the way Eddie Murphy was standing, blocking part of the name, it sort of looked like Mick Axwell. I was like,
we wouldn't get.
I love that the bottle of Soul Glow basically looks like what you would get as a reusable water bottle these days.
Yeah.
Right? He's just so good in this scene. Like, this character is so excellent. It plays into his strengths so well.
Eddie deserved an Oscar nomination for this movie.
I don't disagree. Yeah. Comedy is just frowned upon so much by the Academy.
Comedy and horror are both, but then
but they love supporting performances. That's the thing.
Well, Eddie should have won for Dreamgirls. I will stand by that till I die.
I agree.
But
he should have also been
that was
nominated
political,
for
though, wasn't it? With Dreamgirls.
Well, I think what happened was Norbit came out during the voting period.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Which is a terrible movie, but
it doesn't you're judging off one movie. It doesn't matter what else.
Right, I agree. I thought it was stupid, and I remember at the Oscars when he lost, Eddie Murphy got up and left.
Yep.
And don't get me wrong, Alan Arkin is good in Little Miss Sunshine,
but not better than Eddie Murphy.
But I thought Eddie in Dreamgirls is like a revelatory performance.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave an Oscar to Sandra Bullock the same year she won a Razzie for All About Steve or whatever.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, if Sandra Bullock was going to win an Oscar, she should have won it for Gravity, not The Blind Side.
Not The Blind Side.
In my opinion.
I'm just saying they clearly didn't have a problem with that situation.
Right. Well, there's other issues at play.
Yep. He's like, stay off the drugs.
I only felt last year 2 of the 5 actors nominated for Best Actor deserved to be nominated.
I can't remember who was nominated last year.
I don't even remember.
Adam Driver and Antonio Banderas. Good.
Yeah, they were both good.
Then I would have put in Eddie Murphy. I would have put in Adam Sandler and.
Oh yeah, because Joaquin Phoenix won. That's right.
Right. Yeah, I can't remember who the other 2 were.
Joaquin didn't even deserve the nomination. I'm sorry.
No, he didn't.
The other 2 were. Hold on. I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, who was it?
Yeah, don't remember.
Wesley Snipes.
I'm normally so good at this, and when I look it up, I'm going to be furious that I forgot.
I love the sister in this movie. She's funny.
Patty says that.
Oh yes, okay. Never mind. I would have kept Leo for Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
That's right.
But the other one was Jonathan Pryce for The Two Popes. He was good.
That's right.
But not great.
That's why I forgot that.
But really, I thought Eddie Murphy and Adam Sandler were both really deserving last year.
Agreed.
Still, not the most egregious Best Actor nomination in recent times.
No.
You'll never convince me Viggo Mortensen was good in Green Book.
I still haven't seen it.
Yeah,
don't.
I think Mahershala is great in that movie, but I don't think Viggo's that great.
I think Mahershala is great. I also think Mahershala is lead, not supporting.
I agree.
I wonder if he had gone lead if he would have beaten Rami Malek.
I don't know.
Even though Bradley Cooper should have won that year. Anyways,
I think going back to I think that Taron should have been nominated too.
100%. Oh yeah. Wow. That's tough.
I would take Sandler out and put Taron in, I think. Or maybe take Eddie out and put Taron in. But that's tough. I would have to sit there and look. But I think he deserved to be nominated for sure.
I think like
he
Eddie of Dolomite
and
and Taron Egerton, these performances are going to be remembered for years, and no one's going to remember that they weren't nominated.
Yeah.
I mean, Taron won a Golden Globe.
Yep. Yeah, I think his performance was better than Rami's for sure.
Oh, not even close.
And one of them has a statue, and one of them didn't get nominated. That just sucks.
I'm also still mad Zodiac got no nominations.
Yeah, I saw something yesterday that said that Gyllenhaal has not been nominated since 2005, and it blew my mind.
Brokeback.
It blew my mind.
He definitively should have been nominated for Nightcrawler.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, easily.
I would have nominated him for best lead also in Zodiac, personally.
I think he should have been in the conversation for Prisoners.
Yeah, I would say Prisoners. You can make an argument for sure.
Yep.
And there's one other.
Wildfires or Wildlife.
Oh,
Wildlife.
That's a good film that Paul Dano directed, but that's not the one. Hold on.
Velvet Buzzsaw?
Which one?
Oh, the other one too. Nocturnal Animals.
Stronger is the other one where I thought he should have been in consideration. And it's funny because that's a very Oscar Beatty type performance when you play that type of role, and they're just like, nah. Yeah, I love Jake. I think he's fantastic.
I agree. Very talented.
He'll get it. I mean, one day he'll win. One day.
I was talking to.
He's always been good too. Like I rewatched October Sky.
October Sky. He's great. And Donnie
I just
Darko,
rewatched it last
great.
week, and it's like amazing.
I was talking
Bubble
to the
Boy.
Barbarian today, and he brought up Michael Keaton also because he was like, "Hey, did you see Trial of the Chicago 7?" And we started talking about it, and we're both convinced that Keaton's going to win too before he retires from acting. Like,
I thought Keaton should have been nominated for Spotlight.
I agree.
I always forget he wasn't because he runs up and he gives a fist pump when they win Best Picture.
I also am not a fan of Birdman, but I still think he should have won over Eddie Redmayne.
I don't love that movie either, so
I do like The Theory of Everything, but still, Michael Keaton in Birdman is incredible, even though I'm not crazy about the movie. Although it is one I've wanted to rewatch.
I've only seen it once, but I thought it was very good.
In Trial of the Chicago 7, Keaton has 8 minutes of screen time, and he is absolutely fucking electric.
Yep.
Yeah.
He tears that shit up.
He's going to get nominated for Best Supporting Actor for that age.
Trial of the Chicago 7 is like a Stefan Club. It has everything.
It does.
Sasha
I don't think
Baron
he's going to get nominated for that because all the leads are going back.
Yahya Abdul-Mateen II, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Michael Keaton.
Frank Langella.
Yeah, I don't think Keaton's going to get nominated because everybody's going for supporting. Like,
I think Sasha, Yahya, and Mark Rylance are the three best shots at a nomination.
Yeah.
Probably in that order.
Yeah.
I think Sasha could win it, but I haven't seen a whole lot from him this year because of the way everything's been going on.
So
I don't know what's going to be eligible and what's not.
So I think Chadwick Boseman's going to get nominated for supporting actor and lead actor this year.
Oh, really?
For Defy Bloods for supporting and for Ma Rainey's Black Bottom for lead. And I think they'll give him supporting so they can give Anthony Hopkins the lead.
Yeah.
For The Father. But who knows? There's a lot that could still happen.
Yeah. I have heard.
Meanwhile, we are watching this movie.
I just saw something yesterday, and somebody was saying the same thing. They said that they thought that Best Actor was going to go to either Chadwick or Anthony Hopkins. So you're in line with that. It was probably with the same thing that we saw.
For what it's worth, Ma Rainey's Black Bottom is a great, incredible play, and the trailer looks excellent. So I'm very excited for that film.
Yeah, that trailer looked really good. I still have to watch The Five Bloods. It's
really good. It's a little messy, but in a way that's exciting. And Delroy Lindo in that movie is extraordinary.
I recognize that guy.
Yeah, he's I can't remember what he's been in stuff.
He was in one of the Die Hards, wasn't he? Wasn't he in Die Hard?
It's Vondi Curtis Hall.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he's in one of the Die Hards, I'm pretty sure.
I will find out for you.
The one I'm looking forward to now, Maxwell, is One Night in Miami.
Oh, yeah, that looks fantastic.
I didn't know anything about that movie until last week.
Yeah, he's in Die Hard too.
Tweeted it out, and I was like, oh, man.
The fact that Regina King directed it is incredible. The cast is incredible. I've heard nothing but good things.
I can't wait for that to hit January.
Vondi Curtis Hall is in a ton of stuff.
He's in Die Hard 2, Black Rain.
He was on the Daredevil TV show as Ben Urich.
Yep. He was great.
Yeah. He's on ER, Chicago Hope. He did 100 episodes.
He was in Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, hi, Gipper.
Yeah, Romeo plus
Say hi to everybody, Gipper.
He was on that ill-fated show Cop Rock.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
But Coming to America is his first movie.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he
There's
is
a
the
lot
Die
of
Hard
little
too.
people. Yeah.
Well, I know Ruben Santiago Hudson's in this also.
A lot of people pop up between this and Trading Places, and they're very young.
Yeah, we're about to see what's.
Oh yeah, we're about to get the big cameo here. Or I mean,
Yeah.
it's not even really a cameo back then, but
Yeah, I think it was like his second.
one of his
big. Like it may have been his first big movie.
This is one of my favorite scenes in the movie. Also,
Yeah.
Same.
He's like, if you don't stop, I will have you forced to thrash
Look at that! A young Samuel L. Jackson walks into a McDowell's.
it's funny though. If he had never become anyone, we would just be like, "Who's this guy?"
Yeah.
Except, let's talk about a guy who needs to win an Oscar before his career is over.
No shit.
Right?
100%.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, he only has the one nomination.
Incredible performance.
I'm kind of shocked a little bit that they actually did this scene, honestly, because this was only 4 years after the San Ysidro McDonald's massacre. So it's kind of interesting that they would choose to have this kind of scene in a movie. But
Yeah.
Then again,
Samuel
it's
only
John
has
Landis, so.
1 Oscar nomination, but 4 Golden Globe nominations.
What was the one he got nominated for?
Pulp Fiction.
That's what I figured.
Which makes sense, but he's been so good in so many things. So many things.
Unbreakable would have.
he's got a small role in Goodfellas.
Yes, he
There
does.
was honestly a part of me where I felt like he was good enough in Django Unchained.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's so you hate him
Also
so much in
Hateful Eight.
Django. I'll be forced to thrash you.
Of course, who's not looking forward to the hitman's wife's bodyguard?
I never saw the first one.
It's
I
fine.
did not know they were doing a sequel to that.
Yeah, they are. That first one was a pretty big hit.
I liked the first one. I thought it was okay.
It's fine.
It's
I mean,
fun.
for a modern buddy comedy, it's decent enough.
Yeah.
That look
she
she
has
gives him once he does that is adorable.
And of course, I'm excited to see how big of a part he has in Saw Spiral.
Yeah. I'm super excited for that one too.
Me too.
If you want to see another good movie called Spiral, check out Spiral on Shudder.
It is good. I watched it.
Did you watch it finally?
Yeah, I did. I liked
Yeah,
it.
it's great. I liked it a lot.
I understand why people are like, wait, is this a Saw movie? No, it's different.
Yeah. It's got a really interesting
I wouldn't be
vibe.
mad if Saw Spiral decided to go VOD.
I was surprised that they didn't as we got farther away from stuff. I thought they might do it in October, to be honest. Look at that big screen TV, by the way. Look how far we've come.
The late great Chadwick Boseman said people would come up to him and react the bathroom scene from this film.
Oh, really? That's kind of amazing, honestly.
Oh, apparently Wesley Snipes auditioned for the Eric LaSalle part in this movie.
No way.
Wow.
Still coming full circle with him coming back for the next one.
Yeah.
Patty said also, random fun fact, there was a Power Ranger in Dreamgirls.
Which Power Ranger?
I don't know.
I love Dreamgirls.
I haven't. I didn't watch that until recently. I saw it last year, I think, for the first time. It was one that I had always been wanting to watch. Yeah, it was really great.
real reaction.
I'd like Chris Clark to do a Dreamgirls Suddenly soundtracks.
Me too. We should talk to him about it. I think he'd absolutely do it. We could do a watch along before it too.
Absolutely, I'd love that.
That cast is so good.
Bill Condon has such a weird career.
Yeah, and I've told you what one of the first movies he did was, and it's still crazy to me. Is
loving the Lord is wrong.
Yeah, so he's
right.
done everything from Candyman, Farewell to the Flesh, and then he had 3 films that were excellent: Gods and Monsters, Kinsey, and Dreamgirls. Yeah. And then he directed Twilight Saga: Breaking Dawn Part 1 and 2,
and Beauty and the Beast,
and The Good Liar, which was pretty good.
And what was the Fifth Estate? The one with Benedict Cumberbatch about
Julian Assange. Yeah.
What is Kinsey?
Kinsey is a fantastic biopic about Alfred Kinsey,
Neeson, right?
Liam Neeson, Laura Linney, and Peter Sarsgaard. Kinsey's the guy who did sex studies and created the Kinsey scale, which is basically a scale of 1 to 6 from how straight to how gay you are.
Okay.
So the closer you get to 1, and the theory that everyone falls somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
It's not on Blu-ray. I love that movie. I recommend people watch it. The performances are excellent.
To see if that's streaming anywhere.
From 2004. Bill Condon also wrote the, I would think, brilliant screenplay for the Chicago movie. And I think his narrative device for the musical numbers, which was his creation, is what makes that movie really special.
So that's why I always get him and Rob Marshall mixed up.
Yeah, I mean they both
Like
they both did
worked on
Chicago. Yeah, and they both do musicals because Bill did Dreamgirls and Beauty and the Beast. So, but yeah, the cast at Kinsey. I mean, you got Tim Curry, Timothy Hutton, John Lithgow, Oliver Platt, William Sadler.
All right, you sold me on Oliver Platt.
Dylan Baker.
I like Dylan Baker too.
Chris O'Donnell. Great movie.
I love when the Soul Glow family gets up and it's all greasy.
Damn, it is not streaming, but I'll have to rent that one.
And Laura Linney was Oscar nominated for it. And it got some Golden Globe nominations. I was a big fan of that movie that year.
Yeah, it's one of those movies that I was in college and I just didn't watch a lot of things that went for smaller market.
Look, it's Rudy Giuliani.
Ugh. Did you guys see that meme I put in the chat earlier?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
I don't know which. I didn't see it, but if it's
hot
the one
take from Ben Kemp,
the best one was the one Rex Grossman shared.
I don't think that's a hot take at all. I think the Chicago movie is so much better than the stage musical, especially the production that's been on Broadway for like 30 years, which is so bare bones and minimalistic. It's a fun night, but the movie is fantastic. It's sexy and stylish. The performances, it's so damn good.
Teresa and I just rewatched that like 2 weeks ago. I hadn't seen it since probably 2005, 2006.
It's so good.
I enjoyed it so much. I love how they do the juxtaposition where it's like you're on stage with everybody and then into the narrative. It was really nice.
And that was all Bill Condon's creation. And yes, I agree. Laura Linney should always be nominated. She is one of the very best actresses of our generation, whether it be on TV in Ozark, which she's fucking great in, or in all her films.
I feel the same way about Laura Dern, man.
Yep.
About who?
Laura Dern.
Oh, I mean, Laura Dern has my heart. Laura Dern is the best. If you guys haven't seen Wild with her and Reese Witherspoon, highly recommended. That movie was like a soul-affirming experience for me when I first saw it.
This character is just so... Hall plays it so well.
That ridiculous perm Eric LaSalle has going cracks me up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a hell of a Jerry curl.
Yeah, it is a hell of a Jerry curl.
And he wonders why she gets mad at him.
His face.
She's coming back for the next one too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
I just want to be sure. The way that's actually really great acting on his part, just like the way he slumps over. It's just subtle enough that it works.
That's so good. First impressions are legit.
Yep. Was this sister in anything else? Because I always feel like I know her from a TV show.
I'm not sure.
We're talking about Patrice, his character.
Yeah.
Let's see. The actress is named Allison Dean. She's in Speed 2 Cruise Control.
Nope.
She hasn't done that much at all. She's in Cool as Ice.
Not that either.
She did one episode of Alias. Not much at all.
Really?
She has a very limited career. This was her first movie.
She must just have a really familiar face.
One
She
episode
reminds me of somebody I know.
Chicago Hope. Yeah, no, she hasn't done that much at all. Huh. Louis Anderson fascinates me.
Yeah, he's very
for real. Remember the cartoon?
Yes,
I
Life
love
of
that
Louie was
show.
the
but,
best.
I don't know if you've seen Baskets.
Oh yeah,
I've seen like one or two
I
episodes.
saw him. I heard it's great. I saw.
He's so brilliant in that. I mean, he won an Emmy for that show playing Zach Galifianakis' mom.
Mm-hmm.
His performance is astounding.
Big buck star ball.
He's such an interesting guy, and he hosted Family Feud for a while, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He did it like so, like begrudgingly. It felt like it's like
It's probably a contract thing.
It's like survey says.
I mean, I know what it's like to host Family Feud. It's not easy with some of these schmucks that we have as contestants when they get angry when it doesn't go their way.
Why you gotta talk about me like that, man? I'm right here.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, and I'll gladly say it, Mike Kalinowski.
Gosh, and these people that fill out these surveys. I mean, come on.
Sean and I sent Brandy all the surveys so she could see who answered what. She was dying to know. I was like, you could have it. It's fine.
Oh no, you have all the names. I don't want people to know what I picked.
Oops.
I thought,
Yes,
I thought my
All right,
answer
let me do it
was
in the
very good.
Michael J. Fox way.
I picked Tombstone.
James.
I picked Tombstone.
I know. I love Tombstone. It was just such a unexpected answer.
Yeah. No, mine were not too obscure.
No.
I did not say Among Us dudes.
Hell no.
What he's done to this apartment.
Neither did I.
I said Sonic because that's the obvious one with rings.
Yeah, I put. Yeah.
I don't remember what I put.
I will say that even though I know he's not a Jedi Master and he's blind, I still put Kanan Jarrus because I love Kanan Jarrus.
I can't remember who I picked for that one. I was wondering who I picked for that one. I think I said Anakin.
I said Plo Koon.
That's a go pick.
Every time I think of Plo Koon, my mind wants to go Clue Poon, which is a very different thing. Okay, honestly, a hot tub in the living room is like dream.
Oh, that's life goals right there.
That's 100% life goals.
Or at least
And,
I've always
and a
wanted
lightsaber on the dresser. I mean, come on.
to get a Vegas suite that has a hot tub in it. Like that would be.
Yeah.
Oh,
Coming up with a joke.
we know where that money's destined for.
Yeah.
Random.
We're back.
A big rat.
Egret. Yes.
He is ashamed of it, to be fair.
Just in a different way than she's
Yeah.
expecting.
Not the way that she thinks.
So he's not completely lying.
Oh my God. Reefism says my family, including myself, did Family Feud when Louis Anderson.
Get
Wait,
the
are you
fuck
serious?
out of here, Reefism.
Okay, Reefism.
We need
They're
more details.
there on the internet to see this episode. Please put it in the chat or DM us because I would love to see that. That's awesome.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Here we go.
So for everyone who watched Trading Places tonight, you're going to recognize these two gentlemen right here. What a great little tie back to such a fantastic film.
And I love the music cue too. That
Yeah.
happens once. So good. Yeah.
Oh, that beautiful skyline.
Nothing takes me out of a movie to contemplate more than seeing the Twin Towers.
Totally. I don't disagree. Men
I
in
was
Black's got a
watching-
great scene of doing that.
Gangs in New York the other day, which ends with a shot like on the water as the city evolves, and then the final shot is the Twin Towers.
Yep. Hold that.
The Eddie Murphy verse.
Yeah.
We're back.
Back.
A dinosaur story.
I
That's
really
a good
would have.
movie.
I was like, anybody else get that reference?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, people always think Land Before Time. I'm like, no, I mean, Land Before Time is great, but go watch We're Back. It's
Yeah,
so good.
John Goodman's excellent in that movie.
The villain's
Is that
creepy.
No, Don Bluth was Land Before Time, right?
I think he did both.
He did both. I think he did
Yeah.
both.
Yeah, they're both Universal animated John Bluth movies. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I
Challenge. His name is Don Bluth, not John Bluth.
Yeah, Don Bluth.
I said Don.
You said John.
I thought you said
No, I
John.
said Don.
Three of us heard John.
Yeah.
Can we roll?
Three
back
of you
the
heard the
tape, please?
wrong thing coming through the audio.
What is the odds
Chat,
of that?
What did you guys hear? We heard John.
I hate you guys. Anyway, I would have liked to see a third movie.
This is the
Where they
quality of the
had those
question
characters.
writers.
I don't trust people that haven't seen Sing Street.
I'm getting my Blu-ray tomorrow. Fuck you, Tim.
Speaking of which, oh my god, his rendition of Up was amazing.
Oh, so beautiful. He's so talented. When he hit those high, when he like went up a register and hit those high notes, and then he stopped because he was crying while performing it. Oh, so touching.
When he threw it to the video, I didn't remember what that song was. Then once I started hearing him sing it, I was like, oh, that song, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good movie, PJ. You should watch it.
It's a great movie,
The
PJ.
Blu-ray. It's coming tomorrow. You
I've been
fucking-
telling him for like a year and a half to
We're
watch
gonna
this movie.
we're gonna
We
get on a
expect-
Zoom call and watch it together.
We expect a full review on the Sunday Unwind.
Well, Starger's on PJ's side, although he says Dan Booth, not Bluth. So he got the
That's
he
also
got-
wrong.
That's also
that's
wrong.
also
Both.
I can't win.
That's wrong in both. That's wrong in both
I
names.
can't
Dan
win.
Booth.
I can't win. Damn you. Damn you,
John Wilkes
hell.
Bluth.
Oh, hi, Jess.
Oh,
You see Corgi?
God.
Job Bluth. It was Job Bluth. That's who it was.
You trying to bite my finger? Bite my finger, I dare you. Okay.
I don't care for Job. so
This is one of my favorite parts of the movie when he starts singing it.
I love this song.
Every time I hear this song,
Me
I
too.
sing it like Eddie Murphy. To be loved. To be
Yeah.
loved.
Because then he sings it. Yeah, when he's
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck
This
up.
sequence is actually really beautiful, guys.
The what?
I love this sequence. I just think it's so beautiful. It's the hopeless romantic in me, but it just makes me happy.
It's funny. So when we did the
No, it's Don Bluth, not Booth.
when we did the romantic comedy show, who
Bluth.
had this on their list?
It
Teresa.
was Teresa.
On which
I
one?
get it.
Teresa had Coming to America on her list. Why do we have Brad Gilmore and not a real man, Frankie Numbers?
Because they're challenging your pronunciation of Don Bluth.
I said Don Bluth.
Okay, PJ, whatever you say.
This part's
You're getting
funny.
way too much enjoyment of pissing
Oh,
me
yeah.
off
He's like,
and getting under my skin.
he's like, you think it's enough? And she's like, heck, why don't you ask for
Although
$1 million or whatever?
okay, for those who watch the network a lot, I do have to give credit that PJ finally watched and, to my knowledge, thoroughly enjoyed
I
Fast
did.
Color.
I loved it.
Good. I'm a big
I
champion
love
of that
this
movie.
telegram too.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Not enough? Should I ask for more? Why not a cool million?
Why not a cool million?
Ha! Jen Kemp on my side. John, no, your side. What the
Yeah.
fuck? God damn it.
And the fact,
Thank you,
the fact
Jen.
that you just said on your side, you're admitting that you said John Bluth.
Fuck.
Yeah.
God damn it. Hate you guys. Jen just sows chaos.
Oh, now we have a fight because Starger's like, PJ said the right words, so I don't know.
Yeah.
but Star Drew couldn't even get it right in the chat.
You be nice to Star Drew. Star Drew's a good human being.
I'm just saying what's there in the chat. It says Dan
You stay
Booth
with Star Drew
and then
and
Don
Star-
Booth, and both are
Jen
wrong.
Kemp went from being my friend to turning on me and I don't know if I can trust her.
Here we go.
To care someone.
Yeah. Look, him being so madly in love and doing this is just so adorable.
It reminds me of Singing in the Rain a little bit, honestly.
It does, yeah, 100%.
With him getting up on the post there.
Yeah.
So New York, shut up! Hey, Eddie Murphy, eat shit.
Todd howling. Thank you, subtitles. The people yelling at him in the background are the best.
That was a Willy Wonka stare moment right there.
It totally was. He's doing all sorts of stuff in this scene. That's a nod to stuff.
Speaking of Willy Wonka, during that scene, like where he keeps going down and back, like that was all Gene Wilder. They told the kids like, do not go past him, so he was just doing that to fuck with them.
So was the part when he originally read the script and agreed to do the movie. The thing he said he wanted to do was he wanted to do the part where he first comes out walking with
The little
cane
somersault.
and then somersaults and comes out.
Yeah.
That was his whole idea when he read the script. Because he said that at that moment you would never know what to expect from Willy Wonka.
God, Gene Wilder is a genius, man.
Yeah. Jen Kemp.
Yeah, that interview he did like towards the end of his life was like incredible.
You were just so excited about Goodman, you smashed them together. John Bluth, Goodman, John Bluth.
I mean, that's kind of where my head was at. I figured he was like, because John Goodman is in the movie, so.
Yep. I'm very disappointed in everyone. She's just reporting the facts, Jen. We're at war now, Jen. This is personal.
Hey. Yeah, you know who else started off as a goat herder, man? The CEO of Chobani Yogurt.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
He doesn't even know. We don't even know what his actual birth date is.
As you can see in the
'Cause
lower,
he was born in the mountains during the goat.
Swear to
bottom
God,
third,
Maxwell.
it says Don Bluth.
He's one of the few billionaires out there that I think is a legit good person.
See, I thought you were going to say Balky from Perfect Strangers.
No. His
like
name is
Chobani Yogurt.
Hamid or Hamdi Ulukaya. Is his name.
Unrelated, it really takes a long time for Android to update a phone. Oh my God. It's been going for like 45 minutes.
Him trying to make it so that he looks more poor is hilarious.
It's a real show.
Thanks, Steven. Appreciate that.
I'm still feeling a little burnt from that. Bum.
Real clever, Maxwell. Funny. Haha. I get your joke.
Damn
You know what, PJ?
Yeah.
You know what?
What? Say it. I dare you. Very Meet the Parents of you. Robert De Niro.
There's a Pajukin Circle of Trust, and now you are outside the Pajukin Circle of Trust.
Oh,
Directed by Jay Roach.
Inside.
I can't. Is that a challenge? Are we dueling? I don't know, Jen.
What the hell is that sign?
You arranged.
I don't know what's
So,
happening
okay,
anymore.
PJ, if we're dueling, who's your second? Dibs on Sully.
I was going to say you're always my second.
But we're dueling each other. I can't be dueling you and your second.
No, I'm dueling Jen, not you.
No,
She's
I'm dueling you.
Oh. Well, I mean, I guess if we're dueling...
Honestly, though, if you're dueling Jen, I'm on Team Jen. Because we all know you said John Bluth. I love
Tim.
that they all come to New York.
Tim is my second.
It's a good choice because I'm a good shot.
Look at the flowers.
Even though Tim is not on your side in this.
Yeah.
Tim is
I'm a good
also on
shot.
side.
I'm a good shot, so I'll definitely hit you, Pat.
Thanks.
Oh, I mean, I'll hit the other person. That's what I mean.
That's fantastic, Tim. Thanks.
That whole theme just kills me every time.
Yeah,
It's like so
the music
good,
is
so
incredible.
powerful.
Here comes oh, sorry. No, one of my favorite lines is right here. I love it so much. I say it so much.
God, really? I can't right now. I deserve better, goddammit.
All right.
Yeah, Banshee's excellent. I actually watched that show because
Yeah.
of
Here's my line. What is that?
Is that Velvet?
Jen,
I
that's
always
pretty
say
good.
that. What is that?
You
Velvet?
know things have gone off the rails when we can't even keep track of who's fighting who.
Us? Are we ever on the rails, Maxwell?
That is such an old Jew thing. Like, that is a beautiful material. What is it, velvet?
They call him Kunta.
My dad does that all the time. Be like, oh, it's merchandise. My dad sounds nothing like that, for the record.
That's canon now.
I need to stop getting these emails about Black Friday deals and shit. God.
Oh my god. It's so tempting, though. I'm like, wait, I don't need this blazer, but it's 20% off.
I know.
I bought myself a Fitbit for Black Friday because it was $50 off. I was like, I am not passing up on that. Thank you.
I got a Fitbit recently, too, except I haven't left the house in a month, so I haven't worn it. COVID is fun.
Yeah, I wanted to buy one over the summer when I was going biking a lot, and then I just kept putting it off, and I'm glad I did. Saved $50.
My son works.
Hey, we should probably have someone check on Michael K too. We haven't seen him. On the
Yeah,
record.
it's surprising.
All right, let's blow the Michael K horn.
I saw him on Twitter today commenting on something.
That's not the Michael K. horn. That's Anchorman.
Oh, okay.
I love how he just screamed. Yeah.
The Waldorf Astoria being the place that you're sent to when you're in trouble.
How dare he?
I was once forced to stay in the Waldorf Astoria for a weekend. It was really just, I mean, the pay-per-view, the room service, the in-room massage. What a torture.
Damn it, Jen.
Dying. That's one of my favorite things about Mike K is honestly his like optimism and enjoyment of everything.
Me too.
Yes.
In an
He
age
likes
where I
people.
argue that people are too overly critical about everything online, the fact that when he gives a 4 out of 5, I'm like, oh, maybe it's not that good. I love
I was gonna say, people say I'm optimistic in about movies and that I like everything. They need to meet Mike.
I am. I think all three of us are more critical than you are, PJ.
Who?
Jay? Huh?
Oh, the three of you guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're all the three of you are more critical than I am. That's for sure.
It depends. I mean, I like a lot of stuff that people don't. I like Venom a lot. PJ hates Venom.
I like
Venom is awful, but it's a blast to watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun.
I like how stupid it
There's
is.
very few
Yeah.
movies I don't like, honestly.
Dune was one for me.
I like Dune a lot, but that's nostalgia. I watched it when I was young.
Did someone say Dune? I think maybe Time Franco shows up when someone says Dune.
Just imagine you walk out to that. Them staring at you.
I honestly never thought before how ironic it is that he's wearing that around his body and then he becomes Mufasa.
Right?
He's always been the Lion King in one way or another.
Wow, nicely done.
He was a snake man before he was a lion.
Oh wow.
I never
love White
realized
House
that
Down.
was.
I was
White
going to
House
say,
Down.
PJ and I are big fans of
Oh.
White House Down.
White House Down is so goddamn good. I just
So much
rewatched
better
it.
than Olympus Has Fallen.
I really like Olympus. I haven't watched White House Down, but I know that you guys say that, and
I like
I know
White House
Bib
Down more
says
than
that too.
Yeah, because
What'd you say,
Bibiani
Tim?
is a smart man.
I like White House Down more than Olympus.
Yeah, Tim, join the
I
right
haven't
side
seen
of history.
I haven't seen any of the other Down movies, but
I saw
Angel's the only one I really
London
like.
Has Fallen. Is that what it was called?
I'll say there's no other Downs.
or
it's
not
just
Down.
Fallen.
Yeah, Fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
London
haven't
Has
seen any of
Fallen
the
was
other
one
ones.
of my least favorite movies that year. I have not seen Angel yet, although I've heard it's good. I will watch it.
Boy's
Olympus,
got his own money.
Olympus, London, Angel.
Yeah.
I don't dislike Olympus. I rewatch it and I think it's fine, but I just think White House Down is so much more
Yeah.
fun.
I didn't hate it. I really thought the opening scene though was really bad CGI for when it came out.
That
Yeah,
tree
on the
is-
bridge?
and
Yeah, the bridge
and then
stuff it's really bad. It's like
Well, I
90,
will
it's like
say
90s
this.
CGI.
the plane
White
attack
House-
is bad too.
White House Down has one thing going against it, and that it features James Woods.
Yeah, that's already a minus there.
Unfortunately, there are some movies that I like that have James Woods. Like I like the movie John Carpenter's Vampires a lot, and he's in that.
Me too. And Hercules.
And,
Hercules, you
know,
can get a pass though because it's just a voice, so you can kind of get past it a little bit.
And he's playing the literal King of Hell. So.
Yeah.
I like Ghost of
If the shoe
Mississippi.
fits.
I like Ghost of Mississippi, but he basically plays himself in that movie because I believe he'd be that person in that movie.
Yeah, not wrong. It really is too bad.
He's so happy to see him now, isn't he?
I love how he pronounces the mom's name later too. That's another thing that cracks me up.
I love that the couch is the same pattern as the
Yeah,
vest.
it's the uniform
The
basically.
uniform. We just had some extra fabric.
No, that's how they got the first vest. They just cut the couch up.
Steven says he prefers Olympus because he's not a Jamie Foxx fan. That's fair. I can't.
I like Jamie
knock that.
Foxx.
I like Jamie Foxx a lot. I have for a long time. I'm so excited that he's back in the new Spider-Man movie.
I've been a fan of Jamie Foxx since Bait.
I've been a fan
Okay.
of Jamie Foxx since In Living Color.
Fair.
Yeah, In Living Color.
That was In Living Color was one of my go-to shows back in the day.
Totally.
Seeing him and Damon Wayans and
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey, David Allen Greer. I mean, the
Fire
cast was-
Marshal Bill. You like that? You guys know about the Fire Marshal Bill cameo in whatchamacallit, right?
I mean,
In Liar Liar.
Jim Carrey's Joe
Yes.
Biden is basically Fire Marshal Bill.
It is Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah.
The Fire Marshal Bill
Um,
in Liar Liar is
Also,
so good.
who can forget on In Living Color, J-Lo is one of the Fly Girls.
Yes, she was. And Rosie Perez, I think, did the choreography for them too.
This whole sequence. Just the way he slams the door in his face.
Nobody.
Jehovah's Witness.
I can't remember the dog's name. Sick'em.
The dog's name is Grimace. No, I'm just kidding.
Just
Something like
He does
Muffy
like
or
doing
Frou Frou or Sophie. Something.
the music is what makes this scene.
That's
Yeah.
pratfall.
Like that and John Amos is acting, but the music really sells this entire scene.
I wonder if that's the same dog from The Burbs.
It does kind of look like it.
I know the name of the dog in The Burbs.
Dottie.
Ah,
Anybody remember the name of the dog in The Burbs?
Oh
don't.
fuck.
It's,
I do believe the dog
it's-
in Widows and the dog in Game Night is the same dog.
I don't remember, Tim.
The dog in The Burbs' name is Queenie.
That's right. Yep.
Mm.
The Burbs is
Is that Bruce Dern's dog?
No, it's Walter's dog.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Because he
Bruce
trains
Dern
his
hates
dog.
the
There's crap in my yard.
That's right. Yeah.
Old man, he's got the best yard in the block.
Out on the
all
Universal
know
back
why.
lot, right near where
Trains his
1313
dog to
Mockingbird
crap in my
Lane is.
yard. Walter's dog just took a dump in Rumsfeld lawn again.
Oh,
That
what's
movie's
up,
so
Kale? How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's happening, Kale?
I think I'm gonna watch The Burbs tonight.
I love that idea.
That's one I wish was on Blu-ray, but I don't think it is.
It
or
is.
if
It is
Shout
on Blu-ray.
Factory did it. Yeah.
It had a,
Oh,
it had
it's
a
Shout
shot-
Factory. Yeah, that's
but
right.
it had,
I was
a,
gonna
it,
say
had,
the regular,
it had a regular release too.
but the regular one was like so limited, it's hard to find, and it's like
Yeah.
super expensive.
Yeah, but then Shout Factory did one too recently, within the last like year and a half, I want to say.
That's right. I did forget about that.
I love the version. I had the soundtrack too on CD, which is really hard to find.
When I say he's got his
the
own
regular,
money, he's got his own money.
The regular one is only $7 on Amazon, James.
Is it really?
There you go.
And the Shout Factory one is $23.
Purchasing.
The Shout Factory one does have the crazy ass director's cut on it, though.
Bum 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 bum.
Oh, Kale saw Mank.
Oh, nice.
I'm so excited to watch that.
What do you think, Kale? Jen knows what's up.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Mank.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'm also excited to watch Freaky when it.
I need to watch. I
VOD.
think I'm going to watch it this week. I need to watch His House. I keep meaning to watch it.
Oh yeah.
I also want to watch. There's a really interesting documentary that's on Shudder now on The Exorcist. I want to watch called Leap of Faith.
Everything about this entire sequence just makes me laugh.
Casa de McDowell.
Yeah.
What's your name? Oleon. Oh, Oleon. Alien.
I could use some pizza right now.
Oh, I would like pizza.
I feel like breakdancing. What of all the things that you could do, breakdancing is the one where he's like, that feels correct, and that's what I should do right now.
So you're the ones making all that racket. Why don't you knock on the door? I'd have got it for you.
And that look, she just.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, this is. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she was like, this is kind of lovely, actually.
I love watching her in the background, though, trying to get out of it.
Kale said it was really good. I need to rewatch it again. There's a lot going on, and it's so relevant to our time.
For what's that?
For Mank.
For Mank?
A little thumbs up that he gives. I like that New Yorker poster that she's got on her wall.
Parents are always messing shit up for their kids.
So
Always.
Here's my one hang up, I think, with this upcoming sequel, and I don't know if it's fair or not, but this idea that he has a son that he doesn't have, or a son he doesn't know, weirds me out because he didn't really sow wild oats, right?
Alien.
As far as we're aware.
Do we know who's playing the son?
We do, but I don't remember off the top of my head. But it just seems weird to me. Like that's my only hang up is I don't understand where he would have a son that we didn't know about.
Yeah, okay. Sold. Yeah, I do too.
I think it'll happen.
I still have to watch season 2. Or what's the newest one? The newest one's season 2, isn't it? They only did 2 seasons.
I'll break your foot off in your royal ass. Very pre that 70s show.
He's not the prince. Who told you that?
The dog being there looking back and forth is great.
Like he's watching a
comedy.
tennis match.
Yeah.
He's the
He's
servant.
not the prince. Who told you that?
Who told you this?
Look on his face.
Poor
It's all right.
Arsenio.
It's all right. She gets Daryl.
The subtitles are funny because it just said "you do care" instead of "so you do care for her."
Oh,
And
the
so it's-
subtitles have been wrong the whole movie.
I know, but it like just undermines so much of the emotion.
I mean, they
of the scene by
get
doing
they get the gist, but they're not right at all.
No.
The subtitle said John Bluth. It was weird.
Fucking Franco. God.
Well, I missed. What'd you say?
I said it was weird. The subtitle said John Bluth.
Yeah, they did.
I just
That explains the egregious error.
My spoilers,
Yeah.
my subtitles.
If you look here on the poster, in the bottom right third, it is Don Bluth.
Yeah, it says John Goodman, but that's Don Bluth.
Lisa dump.
A Don Goodman and John Bluth production.
His face right here when she starts taking off his clothes. his face is so good. He like looks at the camera.
I know.
Well, okay.
It just says Subway, not even what line it is.
I miss the subway.
I don't.
That just tells you where I'm at in my head right now with COVID.
There's a lot of things I miss. Subway is not one of them.
There's a
Subway's
poster for
means to an
Fences?
end.
Is that the
It's a
same
play on
Fences?
Broadway.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say, is that
play.
the same Fences?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know whether the play had been around that long.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's by August Wilson. It's been around. Oh no, Tennessee Wilson. Sorry, it's been around a long time. August Wilson. I was right the first time. Why do I doubt myself?
Those old subway cars, man, just like covered in graffiti.
Yeah. Fences was written in 1985.
So that would have been early in its run then.
Yeah, only a couple years
well,
after.
it won the 1987 Tony for Best Play and the Pulitzer Prize in 1987. So it would have been.
And this would have been
running on-
filming in '87. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Denzel should have won for that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Nice catch. 2 earrings with one hand.
Yeah. And he made it look so easy too.
I love the little old lady that he gives the earrings to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like her smile is just so pure.
The lady watching as it's happening just.
I mean, it's quite a show.
It
She's
really
like,
is.
"Do it, honey," something like that.
Yeah.
It's just so good. There's a lot of little good moments like that throughout with just so good.
Are you
That's like
now?
Michael Scott declaring bankruptcy.
The little
woman.
head nod.
She's the best.
So perfect.
Aw.
Go on, honey.
New
Take
York.
A chance. There's another "See You Next Wednesday" poster.
Yeah.
I never noticed that before.
That's funny too. Yeah, different movie too, but same director.
Yeah.
You're really a prince. I'll marry you.
That smile.
The smile is just so pure. I love her.
I know. It's like Chris Clark when he sees King Kong.
She's got a whole shoebox full of earrings. Dangly ones.
Real dangly.
Dangly ones. I love that. That's one of my favorite lines. She's got a whole shoebox of them. Dangly ones.
Friends.
What?
Is that Friends?
No.
Home
No, it's
Alone.
Home Alone.
Oh,
Jeez,
you're right.
PJ.
You're the guy who writes the questions? Goodness.
Oh,
I can
Ed.
leave.
Mr.
Home Alone,
Friends.
directed by
fucking
John Bluth.
John Bluth. God. Oh, yeah. This film's by Don Landis, right? I guess PJ just renounced his throne as king of the network.
Staying at the Waldorf Salad Hotel.
This is actually the origin story of Twitter and salad. Even Starger knew it was Home Alone
No,
1,
for
PJ.
whatever reason, I started going to this.
Dangly ones.
I had it mixed up with was it Ross's great aunt or whatever when she
No,
dies?
it's when Kevin's mom, the great Catherine O'Hara, is trying to get onto that flight.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm telling you, that's what I'm thinking about.
She's
For
trying
whatever
to.
reason.
She's telling that lady
I
to
went
give her
to
all the
that.
stuff,
Got a pocket translator.
and she's like, and then the husband comes up, and she's like, "Oh, Ed."
And
And the earrings.
She's
You
like,
can have the earrings.
she's
She got
like,
a
is that
whole
is that a real Rolex? I don't
Yeah.
know. Do you think it's real?
Yeah.
She's got a whole shoebox full of them. Dangly ones.
Dangly one.
Yeah, it's the husband, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
With a big old mustache.
he's the best. I love that movie.
That movie's the best.
Sheboygan.
We're very big in Sheboygan.
Polka, polka.
Polka, polka.
Oh, those are songs. Catherine O'Hara's a treasure.
Polka.
I saw
I
Schitt's
saw-
Creek like retweeted. They said it's that time of year again. It's all these people realizing that Moira
Yeah,
is the mom from Home Alone. I
I'm
was
like, come on, you people.
How do you not realize?
Spoiler
that
alert,
immediately?
she's also in Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Right.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
And hey,
Yeah.
have you seen Best in Show?
Yes.
Yeah, Best in Show's great.
A Mighty Wind, For Your Consideration, all of the Christopher Guest movies.
I was born with 2 left feet. It's not just a saying; it's literal. I was born with 2 left feet.
That is the most ridiculous train I've ever seen. Though I don't like the pink dress. It's kind of ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very. It's like
And now Eddie Murphy did his own craft
It's a
crown.
little too Barbie.
Yeah,
What are those red things on there?
it's a really nice reveal though that it's her.
Yeah. Oh, so sweet.
You really do think that it's not gonna be.
Surprise! I'm here.
I know. I love how he just like casually puts his arm on the chair.
Now he can start that McDowell's and
We have not come to that part yet. Your Highness. Your Highness.
Oha.
Right. And this ending too, just so insane.
Yeah, it's like the celebration on Naboo.
A little bit.
Yes.
Need
Looks
boss
like
next
they're,
to
it looks
hold up
like
the
they're
robe of
leaving.
light.
It looks like they're leaving the Emerald City. Ha ha ha! Ho ho ho! And a couple of la la las. That's how we left the day away in the merry old land of Zamunda. Where's the sister? They leave her home with Daryl or what?
Nah.
No, didn't they just show her with
did they show her?
Arsenio?
Maybe.
The way she says nah makes me laugh.
He's got that Dom Perignon.
Guys, that was Coming to America.
Wait,
We
I
just
love this.
watched
I
it.
love how they show.
Yeah, there's the aha.
Yeah.
That's still coming up.
No, I know.
Yeah, I love it.
Sexual
Eddie Murphy.
Arsenio Hall.
Beautiful. It's just beautiful. Give a round of applause to yourself. Oh yeah, Vanessa Bell. What's her name?
Paul Bates.
Louis Anderson.
Feather.
Frankie Faison.
Wanda Curtis Hall, huh?
Sam Jackson.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Don Amici. Ralph Bellamy.
You listening?
You bastard.
What a cap to the movie.
Oh, I love that.
Oh man. So excellent. This was really fun for me to revisit. I'm gonna go ahead and start with James. What were your
Coming
thoughts?
to America.
No, man, it's just such a fun movie. It's like I said, it's probably my favorite Eddie Murphy movie. But it just depends on the mood I'm in, whether I flip that around with something else. The cast is so great, and Eddie and Arsenio play off each other so well. Their chemistry is just fantastic, no matter what role they're playing or what 15 roles they're playing. So yeah, it's so much fun. I just really enjoy everything about this film. So I was glad to watch it with you and everybody in the chat.
Yeah, I really can't agree with you more. Mr. Tim, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this movie's great. This is our preview into like Eddie's talents in terms of playing multiple characters.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think this movie's great. I really wish we could have seen Arsenio kind of like do more, with his like an acting career, but because I think he's really good too. But yeah, I mean, I love this movie. I love so many funny things in this movie, and so many endless quotes that I've always used ever since watching it as a young person. Yeah, so big fan.
Big fan. Maxwell, going over to you. What were your final thoughts as we head out of here tonight?
Yeah, I mean, Coming to America is an all-time great comedy. It's sort of lightning in a bottle. It's so clever and witty. Both Eddie and Arsenio playing all the different characters so brilliantly, and it holds up. You go watch it time and time again, and it's funny every time. And even though it's R-rated, it's also really sweet. Like Eddie Murphy's character is such a genuinely good, open-hearted person. There's nothing like bad or mischievous about him. He's just optimistic and wants to find love.
No, totally. I just.
But still, fuck John Landis.
Yeah, fuck John Landis. But also, this movie is sweet and survives on the fact that Eddie Murphy is actually very awesome. But with that, guys, Maxwell, can you take us through the week real quick before we get out of here?
I would absolutely love to. So tomorrow at 12 Pacific, 3 Eastern, we're doing our PJCN water cooler chat talking about the newest episode of The Mandalorian, The Siege. We're going to be joined by, of course, Sean Sullivan, Jake Berlin, Dwayne Burke, and unfortunately, Frank Janish. We'll see what nonsense he has to say. And if you have not already joined our Patreon, tomorrow night we're doing a patron-exclusive AMA for $5 and up patrons at 7 Pacific. So if you join between now and then, you would still get access to that. Sunday is the Unwind with our special guests Adam Witt and Paul Preston. We're going to talk about the Smash-a-thon, the Schmodown bootleg match, and just hang out and see what else comes up. Those guys are always a laugh and a half, so I'm sure it'll be fun to hang out with them. Merry Movie Squad continues Monday with Elf, directed by Jon Favreau, with Will Ferrell, Zooey Deschanel, James Caan, Mary Steenburgen, and so many other great performers. I love that movie. I'm excited to watch it. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're taking off. It's Thanksgiving. We hope you all have a wonderful Thanksgiving. But Friday, Merry Movie Squad is hitting hard with The Holiday, the delightful film by Nancy Meyers with Kate Winslet and Jack Black and Cameron Diaz and Jude Law and Rufus Sewell and so many other people. The great Eli Kazan is awesome in that movie. Yeah. And of course, we always have to shout out our patron producers, our executive producers, Brandy Parco and Ricardo Franco, no relation to Tim or Time. Our Ruby tier producers, Kylie Petrano, Jake Berlin, Molly Damon. Shout out to Certain POV. Brandon Buckingham, Kale the Youth Critic, Stephen White, Mike K, and Bedore. If you haven't, I highly recommend you check out the Suddenly soundtracks we did earlier this week where we talked about Sing Street. It's a really wonderful episode. I think one of the best shows we've ever done on the network. And we were joined by Max Bartos, who is in the off-Broadway cast of Sing Street and the upcoming Broadway production. Yeah, that about sums it up. I don't know where PJ went. So
No, he just disappeared on us.
Where can everyone find you online?
Find me online at on Twitter at tfranco84 with those numbers meaning something. You're right. And you can find me on the PJ Campbell Network here and there and things. And that's all she wrote.
I like the hair flips, Tim. That's adorable.
How about you, James? Where can everyone find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter and on Letterboxd and occasionally on Instagram at Gator24, G4TOR24, where you'll see random musings about sports and movies and less politics now, thank God.
Yeah, dude. Seriously, though, thank God.
Oh my God. Oh.
Why is Time Franco back?
It's Time Franco Dominatrix Edition.
Dominatrix Edition.
Good Lord. All right, PJ, where can everyone find you on the internet?
You guys can find me on Twitter and Instagram over at PJ_Campbell. You can find me over at the Movie Trivia Schmodown, where I write the questions and have a writing team, and we do a pretty good job. So be nice to the writers because we're trying our hardest and we're trying to just give you a show you enjoy. And you can find me here hanging out with you wonderful folks every other day or so. We just watch things and hang out. It's fun. I love you guys.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Be nice to the writers, please. # Team Writers. You can follow me on Twitter at Cinemaxwell, although I'm taking a little bit of a break. Instagram, Cinemaxwell Inc. Twitch at twitch.tv/MaxwellBoxRocks. That's Maxwell BOXROX. And if you don't already, follow the network Twitter at PJC Network. We're trying to get more engagement there, and we'll be tweeting more on that. And if you want to keep up to date with announcements and schedules, that's where you find us. But from myself and PJ and James and Tim, we say happy holidays. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you again very, very soon.